Now? Now, can you hear me? Yes, you can hear me. We will soon start. Hello, good morning everyone. Oliko se, Matti, huomasit? Täällä mä olin varannut sitä itselleni, mutta istu vaan siinä, ja sitten ministeri pistetään tuohon, että haluatko mennä tolle puolelle. Mutta... Voi. Onko se... Minuutin päästä, okei. Okay. Joo. Niin, mistä vaan jätä. Joo. Onks nyt minuutti? Okay. Good morning everyone. Can you hear me? We had to be very punctual because the streaming starts at 9:20, so we will start at the same time for everyone this conference. So, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to Helsinki, to this conference on social inclusion and diversity in Nordic ECEC, organized by the Ministry of Education and Culture. A warm welcome also to all the listeners online. I'm Senior Ministerial Advisor Tarja Kahiluoto, and it's my honor to be the chair of this conference with my dear colleagues, Senior Minister Advisors Kirsi Alila, and Mervi Eskelinen. So I will host the morning session, and in the afternoon my colleagues will take over. This conference is one of the events of the Finnish and Ålandic co-presidency in the Nordic Council of Ministers. And we of course have to thank the Council of Ministers for giving us the possibility to arrange this conference. We are holding this conference in a very exceptional building. This is one of the masterpieces of Finnish architecture designed by the famous Finnish architect L.L. Saarinen. This Art Nouveau building dates all the way back to 1909. It was originally the head office of Helsinki Central Railway Station and its administrative buildings. The building has been listed amongst the most beautiful railway stations in the world and one of the most visited architecture destinations in Finland. In 2021, it was restored and opened as a hotel with 500 rooms, together with meeting and banquet facilities. Dear participants, there has been great and widespread interest in this conference. Nearly 100 experts and policymakers from different levels of administrations, organizations, and research communities are present in this room, which is named after L.L. Saarinen, the architect of this building, and another 100 participants are joining us remotely from all over the world. I believe that this tells us that the theme of the conference, social inclusion and diversity, is highly topical today. During this morning, the program will focus on Nordic research from all the Nordic countries on the conference theme. After lunch, we will hear a presentation from the perspective of EU given by Policy Officer Geraldine Libreau. After that, we will learn about examples of good practice from each Nordic country. The final presentation will be given by the esteemed and well-known professor, Michel van den Broek. He will reflect the presentations we have heard on the basis of his substantial research knowledge on ECEC and the conference theme. Dear participants, I will give you some practical issues before the Minister of Education, Anders Adlercreutz, will officially open the conference and give his welcoming words. Since we have so many interesting presentations in the program, and we wanted to have presentations from each Nordic country, and we only have this one day to spend, we need to be very strict hosts. This will be challenging, and I apologize already in advance that we might need to interrupt you. To warn you, we will show you a sign showing how many minutes you have left for your presentation. There will unfortunately not be much time for questions, but there is the possibility to make some questions during the morning sessions using forms questionnaire. For the forms questionnaire, a QR code that has been available while registration, and it is available on the screen between the lectures. And it's here. You can see it. So you can scan the QR code by using the camera on your phone. You can submit the question forms as many times as you like. So, for example, you can send questions after each lecture. No need to wait until every lecture is over. You are encouraged to submit any questions you may have regarding these presentations. These questions will be handled during the Armchair session, where the researchers will discuss and reflect their presentations. This Armchair session is led by Associate Professor Eija Sevon. The Communications Unit of the Ministry of Education and Culture is taking photographs during this conference. These pictures will be published on the social media sites of the Ministry. The recording of the conference will be available on YouTube during two weeks after the conference. You can find it via the web page of this conference. There will be refreshments available throughout the conference here. And then when we have the break, it will be served at the same place where we had breakfast, so behind you. And the restrooms are on your left, downstairs. And so this would be all the practical issues. And now I wish you the most interesting conference. And I have now the pleasure to welcome the Minister of Education and Culture, and I hope he will soon arrive. He has a very strict timetable, and we're very happy that we had this possibility that he should arrive just now. I don't know, what time is it? Okay, 3 minutes. We will see. So, could there be some? Now you can ask some questions if you have some questions. No. No, yeah. Yeah. But we're very happy that we succeeded to get so many people present, and all the speakers. Actually, I could tell now one detail of the Danish speakers, because we were expecting to have also Danish speakers, but due to this incident with the drones in Copenhagen airport, our Danish colleagues unfortunately had to cancel their flight was cancelled, and they will give their presentations online. But luckily we have this possibility that the presentations are online. But that was not so nice, but we'll cope with this. And now I would wish that the minister would soon come, because I know that he's very busy and he can't join us for a long time. But do you have any questions in your mind that you would like to pose now? We should have online participants from Kenya, from Argentina, from China. So this really is a theme that seems to be interesting. I'll go and look. Pitäisikö me sitten vaan ruveta menee eteenpäin?
Pitää me ehkä hetki odottaa, kun se ei
niin. Onko se ilmoittanut mitä? Ei.
Sitä ollaan joka paikassa vastassa, että se tulee saman tien.
Joo. I could, as we're waiting now for the ministry, we're sorry that now he seems to be a bit late, which is... Okay, 1 minute left, okay. About the Nordic cooperation that we have. So this event is part of the, because every Nordic country, we take turns, and we have the presidency of the Council of Ministers, and each country can decide what is the main theme during this presidency year and what kind of events each ministry wants to organize. So this event is one of the events that the Ministry of Education and Culture has organized. Last week we had a big seminar on media literacy and democracy and resilience. Yes. So it's up to the ministries to decide in the framework of the year's program that what kind of events they organize. So this, 2 minutes? Okay. Yeah, and this Council of, this Nordic Council of Ministers was founded, I think, 1971. Anna Anna said yes, because Anna is our former colleague, and now she's working at the Council of Ministers. So happy to have you here too. So it's the purpose is to have cooperation between all the Nordic countries on issues that we find that we can kind of, it's useful for all of us to have this cooperation with us. And in the ECEC field, we also have an unofficial network for the officials who are working in the ministries, and we meet once a year, twice a year, and then we have online meetings on issues that we share. And I could also kind of say thank you now to our network, because we were planning this conference together, that what would be a theme that we find interesting for all of us. And this was the theme that all countries thought that would be interesting to us to organize this conference on social inclusion and diversity, and especially on how to integrate children from different backgrounds. So, welcome now. Yeah. So it's my pleasure, Mr. Minister Adler Kreutz, to invite you now to give the welcoming words to our conference. Thank you.
Thank you. It's practical when you're given the microphone on the fly while walking in. All very smooth. So good morning. Welcome to a sunny autumn Helsinki. Dear experts in the field of early childhood education and care. It's wonderful to see so many of you here taking part in this conference. I'm happy to know that we have participants joining us from all over the world via live stream, with attendees not only from the Nordic countries and Europe, but even from countries such as China, Argentina, and Kenya. I'm, as I said, delighted to welcome you to Helsinki to one of our presidency events in the field of education and culture during our co-presidency with Åland in the Nordic Council of Ministers. This year, during our presidency, we especially want to highlight civil preparedness as an increasingly important area of cooperation in our Nordic region. We are focusing on various aspects of civil preparedness and societal resilience in our ministerial meetings, senior officials committees meetings, and presidency initiatives. The sectors of education, culture, and youth are essential cornerstones in building mental resilience in our societies. It's meaningful to address this topic in the Nordic context. As Nordic countries, we share a strong foundation of trust, equality, and cooperation. Trust is often described as the Nordic superpower. These values are reflected in our educational systems, our media landscapes, and in our democratic institutions. The Nordic countries share a common set of values where every child has the right to high-quality early childhood education, regardless of their background or language. Early childhood education lays the foundation for learning and promotes educational equality. We also share a common understanding of gender equality and how early childhood education contributes to its realization. Early childhood education is an essential service that promotes children's development and learning, advances gender equality, and enables both women and men to participate in working life and education. The Minister of Education and Culture remains firmly committed to fostering an education system that upholds the principles of equality, equity, and inclusion. Through the newly launched National Development Programme, we are taking decisive steps to strengthen professional capacity, prevent discrimination, and promote meaningful participation across all levels of education. This initiative reflects our broader vision that every child and young person, regardless of background, identity, or ability, must be afforded the opportunity to learn, to grow, and to thrive in an environment where they are respected and accepted as they are. Despite the efforts to adapt the public economy during this government term, we have made efforts to increase the participation rate of children with immigrant backgrounds. International studies have shown that early participation in early childhood education supports children's language learning, strengthens their sense of inclusion, and promotes integration into society. When you talk about participation in early childhood education, it's very much a discussion on the rights of the child. It's not a service provided to the parents, but a right of the child to take part. For this reason, service guidance for families, especially those with immigrant backgrounds, has been strengthened. To support service guidance, the Finnish National Agency for Education has added support materials to its website, providing concrete tools for early childhood education professionals to engage with multilingual and multicultural families in a sensitive and expert manner. Additionally, the level of funding for equality measures in early childhood education has also been stabilized. This funding can be used to hire additional staff in early childhood education, to reduce group sizes, and to respond to children's support needs. The funding is targeted at hiring staff in early childhood education centers located in socio-economically disadvantaged areas. This measure helps reduce learning disparities, prevent segregation, and ensure that every child has the right to high-quality early childhood education. Dear participants, the Finnish government is committed to supporting children's linguistic development in Finnish, Swedish, and national minority languages. During this government period, special attention is given to indigenous minority languages. The status of Sami languages, of which we have 3, Karelian, Romani, and Finnish sign languages, is to be strengthened. At the moment, the Ministry of Education and Culture is seeking ways to improve the situation of children who use sign language in early childhood education and basic education. As part of the Finnish and Åland presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers in 2025, a study will be conducted on Sami language early childhood education in the Nordic countries, which means Finland, Sweden, and Norway. The University of Oulu will carry out this study. The aim is to support the implementation of Sami language higher education and Sami language teaching. The study will cover Sami language early childhood education in Finland, Sweden, and Norway, and all Sami languages used in these countries. The study is expected to be completed by the end of this year. By the assignment of the Ministry of Education and Culture, a study is being conducted into how Swedish language early childhood education is organized, and its results will be available by the end of this year. The goal in the study is to assess how the child's right to early childhood education in Swedish language is realized in accordance with the regulations, and how such education is organized and implemented equitably in the best interest of the child, regardless of location. This is an important part of inclusive language policy, where every child is given the opportunity to learn and grow in both national languages. I warmly thank all participants who have gathered here to share their thoughts, their research, their experiences about the future of early childhood education. I hope this day offers you not only knowledge, but also opportunities for encounters and discussions that will continue long after this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Minister, for your welcoming words, and we wish you strength in your challenges. Thank you. So we will continue with our program. Next we have Matti Sarvimäki. He's our first presenter, and he explores Finland's journey from trial to policy in expanding pre-primary education. Matti Sarvimäki is an associate professor of economics at Aalto University and the Helsinki Graduate School of Economics. He is a labor economist whose research focuses on education, migration, and social mobility. sometimes in multidisciplinary collaborations. Please, Matti, the floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you very much for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to be talking about education with people who know different things about it than I do. So as you heard, I'm an economist and of the empirical kind. And if you ever spend 5 minutes with an economist like me, very likely he or she will have told you how important randomized controlled trials are. So that's the kind of thing that we tend to do. So the point is that if you want to learn about how one thing affects another, say a new kind of early childhood education, the way you learn about that is to compare children who participated to this new kind of a program to otherwise comparable children who did not. And if you have a sufficient number of children in both groups, and if they are truly comparable in every other sense than that some different kind of education, and then you find differences on average between the groups, you can be pretty sure that this is because of the thing that you study, not because they selected a different kind of kids who selected into different kind of, say, educations. So we've been saying this for a long time. I've been doing this for 20 years, and for the first 10 years of my career, we would always be told that, yeah, that's a good idea, but it's unconstitutional. But then 10 years ago, we got a government that, was also keen on finding out whether things actually have an effect or not. And turns out it's not unconstitutional. We know because the Constitutional Committee at the Parliament, thought about it and came out with the argument that, well, actually, this is completely fine. We do this all the time with pharmaceuticals. You can't sell a drug without actually knowing what it does. And we can have a similar approach to many other things using exactly the same kind of approaches. So that gave rise to the basic income experiment that you may have heard of, but I think more importantly, perhaps, it gave kind of rise to the idea that we can, as a society, we can actually learn much more accurately what works and what does not, and for whom. And we got, the next government, which in the Finnish context is as different as it can be in the political spectrum, changed many things that the previous governments did, but not this one. So they continued with the idea that through experimentation we can learn, and through that initiative, the 2-year pre-primary education that I'm going to talk about today, the trial for 2-year pre-primary education was born. So this is based on a hypothesis that an efficient way of leveling the playing field for children entering primary education, who we see a lot of differences across children at that stage. Some kids are much more prepared to benefit from primary education than others. So, that's something that we might want to fix. And the proposed remedy for that was that instead of having a 1-year pre-primary education, maybe we should have 2. Maybe that would be helpful. There's a strong prior that would be helpful. But what we're doing now is running a very large randomized controlled trial. 35,000 children, roughly 40% of whom are randomly assigned into new kind of pre-primary education, and the rest remain in the business as usual model. And we are about to finish the study, so we are now comparing, do those kids who had 2 years of pre-primary education, do they start primary education from a better kind of a starting point than those who are in the business as usual model? And again, we have a kind of a government that's as different as you can have in the Finnish context. And there's a lot of disagreement about many things between the previous government and this one. But remarkably, this government is also honoring the previous government's experiments. In the agenda of this government, it says that we will wait for the results and then we make decisions once we actually know what we're doing. And also that we will continue following these children to understand long-term effects later on. So I'm not going to spend too much time on what we precisely do here because I can't tell you the results yet for the experiment. But basically, this is a very rough sketch of how the Finnish education system works. Here's the pre-primary education 1 year before you start primary education. That's the business as usual model. What we do in the experiment is, well, let's have 2 years of that. And that's it, basically. There's, the curriculum is quite similar. The aims are similar to the 1 year pre-primary education, but the idea is that this just gives more time for teachers to prepare the children better. So we're going to publish the results in November or December this year, and that's kind of, I would have a more exciting talk if we already would have published them. But actually, what I want to talk about today is that when you do a large-scale experiment like this, as a side product, you get magnificent data. I mean, in order to answer the questions that we were tasked to answer, we have to collect, but in particular, we have to collect for the first time in Finland assessments of children's skills from age 5, 6, and 7, and for 35,000 children. And that's what we need to answer the question of whether this whether 2-year preschool or pre-primary education would have a positive effect in comparison to what we have today. But once we have that data, I think it's our duty to use that data to study many other things, because this is truly remarkable data. I would argue that in many ways this is the best data ever collected in the world, and that comes from 2 things. First of all, the scale is large, so there's a lot of children here, and second, and for whom we have these kind of detailed assessments of their skills. So what this means is my links do not work in this version of them, since everything is put together. What would have been behind that link, you would have seen a teacher and a child sitting down with an iPad for half an hour to go through a bunch of questions that are age appropriate. And then the teacher, so that gives us this kind of academic skills, like numbers, letters, vocabulary, that sort of stuff. And then the teacher, in addition, assesses socio-emotional skills of the 5-year-olds, the 6-year-olds, and 7-year-olds. So that's really nice data on skills of children. But what's particular in the Nordic countries is that we can take this sort of data and we can link it with the existing register-based data, which is a population-wide administrative register-based data, which gives us detailed information about the background of the children. We know who the parents are, or the guardians are. We know what the guardians, where they were born, when they moved to Finland, how much money they make, what's their education, are they unemployed, lots and lots of things. And that makes this data really unique. So at the moment, we're already doing work on many things that just getting the basic descriptives right, but also using quasi-experimental designs to ask things like, what is the effect of being in a larger unit on children's skill? What's the effect of having a lot of, say, children of immigrant background in your group? Does that affect how natives learn? Does that affect how children of immigrant background learn? What's the effect of having good language proficiency on other skills? Can you learn math better? Do you have different socio-emotional skills if you have a boost in your language proficiency? And we're also working on to kind of help educators that would make this a practical tool for teachers to help them in their teaching. So there's a lot of interesting things, I think important things coming out, but again, we're still working on this. So the only thing I have to show you today is perhaps the the least exciting thing, but still pretty good, that we put out in our interim report. So this is really hard to see. So let me zoom in right, to kind of the first panel here. So I'm showing this kind of hard to see pictures, graph, just to show you how many background characteristics we observed for every child through this register-based data. And I'm highlighting one panel here. This is just to show you what is the difference in foundational literacy skills at age 5 on average between boys and girls. So boys are the benchmark here, and girls on average have 0.11 standard deviation better foundational literacy skills at age 5. So that's what this is. But then I can do this by matters education. And we have these enormous gaps already at age 5. Almost a standard deviation difference between mothers with a tertiary degree or children of moms with a tertiary degree in comparison to children whose mom does not have any degree. And we can do this by country of birth of the parents. So what we see here is that we have not quite as large as by education, but a very substantial difference between, these are now, the comparison group are children for whom both guardians are born abroad. And if we compare them to children whose both parents are born in Finland, we see a very large gap, almost 0.8 standard deviation. Now, these are just descriptives. These are the gaps that can be due to many things. We know that children or we know that the immigrant parents are poorer. They live in kind of areas that may have different school quality, maybe not so big different in Finland, but still. You can think of many stories of why there's many ways that they are different. But what we can do with this data is say that, okay, let's just condition for everything that we observe. How much of the gaps remain? And we see that a lot of the gaps go away. So comparing children whose parents are of immigrant background to both parents being a native background, who are similar in terms of how many siblings they have, what's the education of parents, what's the income, where do they live, we get rid of most of the gap. Not all, but most. We can do this for numeracy skills, and we see that this is not just about language. We have actually large, even conditional on other things, we see large gaps emerging in numeracy skills for children of immigrants already at age 5. So that is, I think, is an important point or fact to have with you. That we don't know yet whether the gaps go away or whether they become wider as we move forward. We will know when we continue to collect this data. But already at age 5, there are substantial gaps that over and above the kind of other socioeconomic background characteristics. When we look at social skills, actually any of the socio-emotional skills assessed by teachers, we don't see these gaps between children of immigrants and natives. Once we condition for the other background characteristics, if we just do the raw comparison, we see that again there's kind of a significant, although not quite as large gap, in the way that teachers assess the social skills of children in their group. Now, so that's kind of a bunch of kind of differences in averages that I thought you might find interesting. I want to end by reminding you that even though we have differences in averages between groups, the within group differences across children are always substantially larger than the averages between the groups. So it's important to keep this in mind, not to think that every child of an immigrant, say, is the same. So we have big distribution there. So let me kind of end with two messages. The broad message is that we can actually do large-scale randomized experiments, and this will inform policymakers and the public what the policy effects are likely to be before we implement that policy. we can do better as a society than what we've done before. We can make sure that the policies we implement, at least part of them, we know what we're doing. And I think that is the real ethical kind of aim that we should have. We should know whether we are helping the children to develop to the best versions of themselves. We should know whether what we do actually works, not just how we feel about them, but actually look at the children, see how we can help them to grow. But once we start doing that, we also get this data that allows us to see many other things. And my narrow message today was that, well, we see these very important skill gaps emerging already by age 5. And that is something that I think you will have, each one of us may have kind of a different takeaway of what the implications of that is going to be, how that should inform us on how we go about in doing our jobs. But we do need these facts in order to be able to kind of have a shared understanding of where we are. Okay, so let me stop here and we'll hear other people's talks. Good.
Thank you, Matti, for your very interesting presentation. And we really can't wait. We're really excited to get the results, and we are really looking forward for them. And they are a bit worrying, I must say, but we'll hope that we will get these good decisions after the results. So next we will continue with a presentation from Denmark, and as I already told you, unfortunately it is now online, but luckily at least online. So welcome, Dorthe. We're happy to have you there. Dorthe Blesses is a professor at Aarhus University, Denmark, and part of the management at Tryggfonden Center for Child Research. Her interdisciplinary work focuses on trajectories of language and school readiness and associations with environmental factors and later outcomes, learning environments in ECEC and home settings, and the development and evaluation of ECEC interventions. So please, Dorthe, the floor is yours.
We can't hear you.
Are you muted?
Jeg kan godt høre dig, Dorthe, så det må være et andet
Now
sted.
we can hear you.
Okay, great.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. I think when I showed my presentation, is it okay now? Can you see my slides?
Not yet, but we can see you and we can hear you.
Okay, I'll try again, just to make sure. Here again. How about now?
Now I think they're coming. Yes? Great.
Okay, great, thank you. Oh, sorry. I don't know who to blame about these drones that prevented me from coming to Helsinki, but I'm really sorry that I could not be there in real life. But we have to do with this online presentation instead. And what I am going to talk about today is the mandatory language assessment and the language interventions in Danish childcare and what we find of opportunities and challenges in that direction. I will start by preparing you about what to expect in this presentation. So I will start with the challenges and the dilemmas we face when we try to identify children with early language delays and some solutions. Then I will present it to the Danish National Assessment Program, and then share with you some exploratory analysis we just made based on legacy data on what we know so far about how this program is implemented and its success. And then I will end the presentation by what we can learn so far from Denmark. So what is a challenge here? Well, we already heard a little bit about it. And one of the core skills in early childhood is indeed early language development, as many studies have found that they lay the foundation for later academic skills, relations, health, well-being, and economic success well into adulthood. But we also find, as we also just heard in the prior presentation, that there is a social bias in language development. As you can see in the graph here at this slide, there is a rather large discrepancy in language skills. The red bar is vocabulary, and the dark blue bar is math language, vocabulary that is also part of language, and the final bar is numeracy. And what you can see here is that kids with parents who only have a primary school as a highest education, and in particular immigrant children, they are faring far less well than other children. We actually see that after the end of childcare, that's the 15% lowest performing children, they are still 2 years behind an average child. So just providing childcare to children does not seem to do the trick alone. There's been some meta-analytic evidence that suggests that up to 25 of children have language delay, and the vast majority of these children, they are delayed, have low language skills because of reduced learning opportunities, but there are also a part of these children that have disorders. But we face a dilemma when we try to do something about these delays, which really call for actions. And the dilemma is that no matter what we do, we will not be able to perform 100%, because persistent low language skills, they are actually hard to predict early due to a non-linear developmental trajectories. And that means that some of the children that score low in these early ages, for instance at age 3, they will recover without any further intervention, but another group of these will not. We would not be able to tell with 100% correctness. But on the other hand, we know that early language intervention, they can reduce the burden of language delay. So these are the two parameters you need to balance in terms of supporting the right optimal opportunities for children. And there is already many preventive programs around the world that include both an assessment to identify those kids that score low and the paired language intervention. And we can separate these two parts, because it doesn't matter if you find a child with low language skills if you don't at the same time try to improve that child's language. Often assessment programs are embedded into primary care, for instance, as part of child well visits and pedopulus, and then the intervention is placed in taken care of by speech language therapist, so in two different settings. And often, maybe because it's part of primary care, they often use a dichotomous approach focusing on identifying high-risk children, even though research show, both ours and what we just saw before from Finland, that a much larger proportion of children actually need high-quality learning environments to improve language. There hasn't been a lot of studies actually investigating the effectiveness of programs and how well they are linked to subsequent improvements. And that is because almost no study includes the effectiveness of the paired language interventions, but focus alone on the intervention, and that is not enough to get a good estimate of how well these programs work. And again, I just want to remind you that no matter what we do, what decisions policymakers make, you are bound to have both over and under identification due to the non-linear nature of development, and of course the effectiveness of the intervention will also affect the effectiveness of the whole program. So a lot depends on the model you choose for assessment programs, and I actually think that Denmark has chosen a model that is a good deal of evidence that this will is a good one. So in Denmark, it's embedded in the national universal ECE programs, and it is truly universal, as 98% of all 3- and 5-year-olds are in childcare. And I think in many ways this is ideal, and it get rid of some of the problems that you face in the other prevention programs. So the high enrollment ensures high reach of all children. and not only the children that the parents bring to doctors. It also takes place in a well-known and safe place for the child, so you don't abrupt the child's daily life to bring it to somewhere else, but it's part of their daily life. And a really good advantage is that you can target a higher proportion of children, because what you ideally do is just providing more targeted learning environment opportunities during the child's daily life. In 2007, the government at that time introduced mandatory assessment of all 3-year-olds, but that was changed due to other issues that we can talk about here, into the assessment of 3-year-olds who may need additional language stimulation. And that means that in principle it's up to the teachers both to find the children that they believe may need additional language stimulation, assessment, and then carry out the paired language intervention in the childcare, depending on the resource. The Ministry commissioned the development of an assessment tool called Language Assessment 3-6 that can be used. It's not mandatory, but it's highly used, and it's a norm-reference assessment instrument based on a monolingual norm, and it is developed to form the basis for targeted educational practices for all children, because back in the days, that was a really important requirement from the ministry that the resource could be used to benefit all children in the childcare, depending on where their language skills are in the distribution. The instrument assesses central domains of language development, and it's free. It's only oral language. It's vocabulary and language comprehension. We have done some studies about the validity and the reliability, and overall the quality is fine and even really good at some aspects. And we also saw that comparing teachers to trained speech therapists, that the teachers are fairly good at using the instrument, but with some variation. So as a result, should be useful for all children in the childcare. We divided it into 3 paired intervention profiles. So the kids below the 5th percentile that are really far away from the average child, it's recommended special intervention. Both we recommend that the child is being assessed by a speech therapist, and that there are some accompanying interventions, targeted intervention with childcare. The next 10%, between the 6th and the 15th percentile, are recommended to receive some focused language stimulation in the childcare, whereas the rest of the children have language skills that fall within the normal range, and they should be able to benefit from the daily learning environment in the childcare. So the ministry, they developed an assessment instrument to be used for municipalities, but they didn't develop any evidence program to support the intervention, as in the second part of the assessment instrument. So that is up to the childcares, the municipalities, and the childcares themselves. So now to the questions. So what do we know about how the program is implemented? And let's start with a question about how many children is in fact assessed by the municipalities. And what I will present is exploratory data that is based analysis that is based on legacy data from the ministry from 2019 and 2022, that period. And we only have information about assessment and nothing else. It's about 120,000 assessments based on this instrument I just showed you, of children within the age range of 2 to 3 years, 3.5 years. That's 98 municipalities, and we made an average across years that the municipality used the instrument. And what you can see is there's a huge variation in the amount of assessed children, from almost less than 10% to 100%, which represent a very small island. Anyways, it is positive that more than 60% of the municipalities assess more than 50% of the children. Surprisingly, I would say we do not find a relation to municipal demographics. So municipalities that have a high amount of parents a high number of parents with low socioeconomic backgrounds do not tend to assess more children, or at least that's what we find in these data, but there can of course be other explanations. So how successful are municipalities in identifying these children? And just for the purpose of presentation, we just have one summary score here now, and that for kids below the 15th percentile. And just for your information, 20% of children in the population is below the 15th percentile because the norm was not based on monolingual children. So because of bilingual immigrant children, actually 20% are scoring below. And the way we address this question is that we can compare them to norms in the language assessment 3 to 6 to estimate if all children with low language skills are identified in the way municipalities are currently implementing it. That would mean that the fewer children you assess, the higher percentage of children should be below the 15th percentile. Like if you assess or if you only assess 20% of children, then since 20% of the population is below 15th percentile, all children should be below the 15th percentile. And this is how it looks. So in order to make it more easy to interpret, we divided municipalities in 5 groups, depending on percent of assessed children. This is how many children you would expect would fall below the 15th percentile, depending on how many children that the municipalities assess. So if the average is 10%, then all of the children should be below the 15th percentile. And in the other end, if you on average assess 90, it should be close to the norm. And this is what we actually find when we look at the data. Just to walk you through an example, if you look at the ones that had an average on 10%, you can see they should have found all the kids they have assessed. If they were able to pick the correct, as in the children that actually needed language stimulation, they should all be below 15th percentile, but in fact only 26% of those children fall below the 15th percentile. That is, 3 out of 4 children are not identified with low language skills, as you would expect, according to the rate of assessment. And actually, only assessment of all children results in a similar percent of identified children. Of course, if you are a municipality, you have a profile with a low socioeconomic status of parents, then you will expect even more kids to have low language skills, and the other way around if you have a profile of parents with high SES. So this is, of course, only an assessment. But anyway, I think it's clear that this exploratory data indicate that currently many children with low language skills might not be identified, but also that there are substantial differences across municipalities in the support children receive. Yeah. So we can do this short, unfortunately. So what do we know about the paired intervention and how effective they are? There are simply no available studies of neither the quantity or the quality of the paired intervention. We know from observation studies that high quality in learning environments do predict higher language skills, and there is one study that has shown that higher assessment rates at age 3 predict fewer children with low language in grade 1, but we know nothing about the quality of the actual intervention, so that will not tell us anything. On the other hand, there has been recent studies of the overall quality of ECE settings in Denmark, showing that there's considerable concern about the quality of ECE settings in Denmark, with only 10% of childcare having a good quality, and that raises a serious question for this assessment program. So, are the childcare really able to promote the language skills of those who are identified with low skills? On the other hand, we know in Denmark, and I need to make this somewhat short, but we do know that it is possible to improve the learning environments in ECE settings in a way, cost-effective way, that actually improves the learning of children. So we have made an intervention which we call We Learn Together, that are not a traditional manualized intervention, but more like a core element-based intervention where teachers use their professional judgment to support active playful learning through the days. And these three are, you will know more about it later in the afternoon, where my colleague from Esbjerg will tell you how they implemented the program. But we tested it in 3 RCTs, and we found positive outcomes for language, but also for math, language, numeracy, and social skills, regardless of age, gender, skill level, and parental background. That was basically all children benefited from the intervention. And the more the children participated, the higher the outcome. And what was really good is that there is a high buy-in from staff, children, and parents. And we have evidence that the effects are fully or partially sustained in preschool and school after the intervention stopped. And this intervention is actually available for municipalities in a partnership that is donated by Trygfonden and Esbjerg, which you will learn from in a minute. They actually implement this as part of the daily practice. So there is a low-cost systematic approach based on a Nordic kind of model that is available to actually update and qualify the language learning and the learning environment in general in Danish ECE studies. So wrapping up now, so what can we learn from Denmark? And I really need to say so far, because as I already indicated several times, this is exploratory analysis that we just presented, and we have no evidence or knowledge at all about the quality of the intervention. So I would still maintain, based on science, that a universal CE settings is ideal for high reach and broader language support, and that such a model can be exported to other systems that also has universal ECE because it has this high reach and broader language support. It's also very positive that in spite of the municipalities are only asked to assess children that are in the low end and children that they expect have low language skills and therefore may benefit from intervention. Most municipalities assess more children, and that must be because that they find this program useful to enhance their practice. There is also some caveats. So these exploratory analyses suggest that only assessing at-risk children presumably result in under-identification, and the low quality of the ECE learning environments is a real concern for the effectiveness of the overall program, because we don't know whether the opportunities that the children receive after the assessment is actually beneficial for their language development. So based on this, the National Assessment Program could be more successful in mitigating the long-term negative outcomes of early language delay if they made the assessment mandatory, as a recent reform commission in Denmark actually supported. That would definitely increase the reach. And in order to improve the quality of the paired intervention and the learning environment in general, it's needed to enhance the quality of the paired intervention, and there are available low-cost approaches with documented language effect that can actually solve that. And they are implemented right now in 8 different municipalities. And with these words, I would say thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions or you want to know more about the program, please contact me. Be free to contact me as much as you want. And thank you to all my colleagues. And sorry for not being there. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dorothy, ever so much for your very interesting presentation and being very punctual also. And it's very interesting to kind of see that you're working on kind of the same issue that we have basically in our two-year pre-primary trial, because what we have noticed that the quality is so important. So, but now
Yes.
we have to continue, and I remind you that if you had questions, you can use the forms questionnaire to make the questions. But now we have to go on, and our next presenter is from Sweden, and she will discuss how play supports language learning in multilingual settings. Anne Kulti is Associate Professor at the University of Gothenburg, Sweden. Her research concerns learning conditions in mainstream education from the perspective of minority language-speaking children. So, Anne, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important conference. And thank you for those two really interesting presentations we already heard. I will start introducing my talk with a personal anecdote. When preparing for this talk, I checked the event page, web page for further information. For who is the event directed to, who will be given talks for, and about what. Oh yes, that was my first picture, then we go there. And for that, I used a link emailed to me, and thereby I was reading about the event in English, the common language in research context. For knowing more about the organizers, I shifted the language to Finnish, the language I have learned this kind of information on. Since I have lived in Sweden for 30 years, I was interested in relating the information to the Swedish society. For that, I shifted the presentation language to Swedish. Most of us deals with several languages in their everyday life and surely recognizes the kind of language use I'm describing, showing how the societal multilingualism made it possible for me to use the languages I know for making meaning of the event. Opportunities to use several languages for meaning making is seldom possible for minority language speaking children in early education, due to practical but also ideological reasons. Acceptations of language use and learning, stressing one language, the majority one. This is something we all can contribute on changing. The view on inclusive teaching practices from the perspective on minority language speaking children for this talk is grounded on concept of languaging rather than language, which we also have lots of knowledge about. And this languaging in order to highlight multilingualism in education as an issue of teaching and not only an individual children's issue. Together with teaching and language learning as interrelated practices. This is not only focusing on teaching as such, but how it promotes or not children's language learning. I relate play and playfulness to these two standing points. Regarding play, I want to make a clarification based on my experience of the Swedish early childhood education context, where the view on teachers' role in play is rather divided and debated. You are more or less against it or for it. For inclusive educational practices and language learning, both play with and without adults is important for children. However, in this talk, play is considered as part of teaching. In my research, teaching characterizes of and opens for multiple pathways for participation and meaning making, is seen as a responsive activity in line with the conceptualization of play responsive teaching. For understanding play responsive teaching in multilingual practices, I argue that we need teachers who now and in the future are educated and skilled to hear minority language speaking children's perspectives and to make space for them to express themselves and then thereby empowering their participation. And the teachers who are responsive to their contributions, facilitate and evolve them. For that, both relating, negotiating and expanding concepts becomes important. And in my opinion, this requires child's perspective, that is knowledge of individual children's experience and knowledge of languages. This also makes collaboration with parents as part of teaching. Child perspective, on the other hand, stresses what is expected to be engaging for children, such as play. Thereby, multilingual issues cannot be integrated in Nordic early childhood education without considering play, since play is given in the Nordic ECEC tradition, and play is a practice engaging children and crucial for their development according to Vygotsky's conceptualization. Yet, in my experience, this is not given either in practice or research. In practice, it's not uncommon that when focusing on teaching for language learning, for example by using several languages, aspects of play might disappear. In research, play is not included in the field of multilingualism and multilingual education always. And multilingual issues are not often taken for granted in pedagogical research. Rather than one-way relation, language for supporting play or play for supporting language development. In my research, I elaborate with language and play as integrated practices. That is, shared experiences of playing and languaging are considered as crucial for playing, and playing creates shared experience of both playing and languaging. I will give an example of when a child proposed that in order to find a ruby in the story of Finn family Multicultural by Tove Jansson, the magician can contact Ryder in Paw Patrol, who, without any problems, handles a group of puppies and all the digital devices one can imagine. Even though this was not the solution chosen by Tove Jansson in the story, in play this is obviously possible, and with playing teachers, it is possible to offer opportunities for children to develop languaging and thinking without losing the character of playfulness and excitement. How will Ryder and the puppy find the ruby? In other words, a teacher knowing the popular cultural and other references of interest of the children will notice their ideas as something to follow up, while unknown references make it more challenging for teachers to know this and thereby relate communication and play to. In addition, popular cultural references create often a shared platform for communication and play, despite of cultural backgrounds of children. I will continue with how to become a playing teacher. In collaboration projects, I have met teachers expressing that they feel uncomfortable as players or they don't know how to play. I have also met teachers saying that children are not interested in playing with them, or the teachers are afraid of destroying the play. This might be the case. However, it can also be a question of teachers' competence of playing and how they introduce a joint play. I will give an example of a study I have conducted. Instead of by posing a question, do you want to play? The study implies how fantasy introduction, like teacher unnoticed sending a note saying, Krogo, one of the stuffed animals at the setting, has fallen down, with a symbol of red rose and band-aid, becomes a starting point for a joint play between children and teacher. A challenge in the context of Swedish early childhood education, where the number of student teachers decreases, is how student teachers develop as playing teachers and how their communicative responses can be both spontaneous and language developing. I will round up with highlighting the importance of mutual collaborations for inclusive educational practices for all children. Collaboration with parents is part of the Nordic ECEC culture. Yet, I want to stress mutuality in collaboration in multilingual and cultural education context in terms of respect, trust, and relationships. Mutual collaborations consisting of collegial learning within the ECEC system is important for development of profession and individuals within the profession. Too often, at least in the Swedish context, it is still the children who are the ones to adapt when changing school forms. To make a change, collaboration between the education system needs to be taken seriously. And the fourth one, education, research practice collaboration, which is common in Nordic research. At the same time, the contemporary research on multilingual education gives several examples of how researchers and teachers have worked together to develop inclusive practices. That is, collaboration is instead of empirical studying how multilingual issues are dealt with. This collaboration contributes also on content knowledge for the researchers. In addition, practice research collaboration is an area of priority when it comes to inclusive practices from the perspective of minority language speaking children. So, some concluding words. The researcher James Cummings, already for 15 years ago, highlights the importance of the experience of children that they are to make, what they are able to make from the first day at school. He is writing like this: if we want students to emerge from schooling after 12 years as intelligent, imaginative, and linguistically talented, then treat them as intelligent, imaginative, and linguistically talented from the first day they arrive at school. I would like to slightly change this statement. If you want minority language speaking children wanting to participate in ECEC, to feel that they have something to say and that others are interested in hearing their opinions, then treat them as they want to participate and have important things to share, and make space for communicating in multiple ways from the first day in early childhood education. So I think language learning in early childhood education and care can be as engaging. It can be an engaging practice for all children as is play, despite of language background and age of the children. And I was really fast. No signs there. I hope you could follow still.
Dear Anne, thank you so much for your very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
And how right you put it, the last, your suggestion to these changes. It was so correct. Thank you very much. Now we have a half an hour's break. You can have tea and coffee and water. Unfortunately, nothing bigger. In behind where we had the breakfast in the morning, and please use this time to network, and you can still put in more questions if you want. And please be back at 11:10 when we will start, or we will continue. So enjoy the break. program. And next, we will invite Frida Bjarni Jonsdottir. I hope you are now all refreshed from the break and you're ready to continue. So Frida Bjarni Jonsdottir is a preschool teacher specializing in multicultural, multilingual and inclusive early education and she's from Iceland. She has also contributed to research. She has also taught preschool teachers, providing both pre-service and in-service training, and participated in policymaking in the field. And at the moment, I believe you were also working at the ministry, so you have wide experience. So please, Frida, the floor is yours.
Morning. Does this work? Yeah, good. So thank you so much for inviting me here, and I'm really happy about this interesting and necessary theme provided today, and thank you who spoke before me. And Ann Kulti, especially this recognizing and seeing children from the day they start preschool is so important. I would like to start by quoting Ms. Vigdís Finnbogadóttir, the former president of Iceland, who said on the occasion of the International Mother Language Day in 2014, "Everyone on earth has a mother tongue." She spoke of the risk that major business languages, such as English, may drown out smaller languages. And she encouraged the Icelandic people to appreciate and strengthen Icelandic while respecting at the same time the mother tongue of all who moved to Iceland. Vigdís's claim is somewhat mirrored in a newly published book on teacher education in the Nordic countries, where Ingrid Pillar, one of the authors, calls for a shift from monolingual to multilingual habitus in education, and urging all of us to embrace the threefold language challenge in education: the need to learn the language of school and society, the need to learn a global language, and the need to support, strengthen, and deepen your heritage languages. So I forgot to, that's a good thing. So now we have Iceland. Iceland is a country with less than 400,000 inhabitants and has experienced the largest inflow of immigrants over the past decade compared to other OECD countries. Today, almost 19% of the population have immigrant background. In a recent OECD report, it is stated that data and evaluation on immigrants is currently not available in Iceland. Data regarding multilingual children is insufficient, so it was interesting to listen to the research being done here in Finland. And the information we have does not serve as a guide for developing services or policy on national and local level. Furthermore, evidence shows that less children with immigrant background attend preschool than those with Icelandic background. Refugee children are a special concern, as more and more young children with refugee background are coming to Iceland, and there is no law or regulation ensuring their education. Almost a third of preschool-age children have immigrant background, according to the statistics of Iceland, indicating a super diverse preschool sector. But at the same time, we have to keep in mind that the children in this group have a very diverse social, cultural, linguistic, and economical background. Back to the Finnish research. This calls for more detailed data in order to offer schools, families, and children the appropriate support and education. Another challenge that we are facing, and I will not go deeper into, is the lack of educated preschool staff and preschool teachers, and the growing number of multilingual preschool staff that does not receive appropriate support for learning Icelandic or working in Icelandic preschools. And I guess that's the case in many other Nordic countries. When we look at current information of the language background of multilingual children as documented by the statistics, we see discrepancies. For example, African languages are collected together as one language. And when we look at the languages spoken by preschool children, the statistics indicate that 56 languages are spoken among preschool-age children and 53 languages among elementary school children. In a recent collaboration project we carried out in relation to the International Day of Mother Languages last February, where schools could send information regarding the languages spoken in their schools, we detected 110 languages. And created a database that teachers can now access and use to learn about linguistic diversity and how to support multilingualism through different projects. I want to address this critically and point out the need for detailed and accessible data regarding the background and progress of multilingual children. I also want to address that lack of appropriate data is one indication of infrastructural biases, influencing policy, research, and practice, and often affected with insufficient resources. Findings from research in Iceland show that we need to pay a special attention to learning and development of multilingual preschool children. Many Icelandic studies show marginalization and lack of academic and social success. Teachers speak less to multilingual children than Icelandic-speaking children. Multilingual children seek less attention from teachers than Icelandic-speaking children. Too many children are assessed with language impairment because of the language delay in Icelandic as a second language. And the gap between groups of children in Iceland regarding proficiency in Icelandic is wider than in other OECD countries. But at the same time, there are findings from studies providing examples of powerful and successful teachers, children, families, and preschools that can support in reversing the deficit discourse, social injustice, and exclusion. So we should look at the successful initiatives as well. The development of the national education policy in Iceland started in 2015. An important base was the external audit of the Icelandic system carried out by the European Agency for Inclusive Education. Findings show that there's a lack of common understanding of what inclusion means. And that leads to confusion about its implementation. The audit also found that current funding mechanisms and resource allocation frameworks are barriers to inclusive education. The Prosperity Act was accepted in 2022, and it states that all children have a fundamental right to access to services they might need. This means that we can hope for more collaboration between sectors and more emphasis on early intervention and prevention strategies than before. The Icelandic educational policy was accepted in 2021 by the Parliament and states that Iceland is a multicultural society, builds on resources in multicultural schooling, celebrates diversity of students, and uses to strengthen the community. The first and second action plans supporting implementation address those challenges I have already discussed, and the national curriculum framework for preschools has been revised with a clear focus on active multilingualism, collaboration with multilingual parents, inclusion and belonging, strengthening the learning and development of children through play, as stressed in a newly published handbook on play. And maybe one more information about play, because in Icelandic, preschool is play school, leikskóli, where we learn through play. The Ministerial Directorate of Education and School Services launched practical documents such as competence framework in Icelandic for multilingual preschool children and guidelines for supporting mother tongues and active multilingualism in schools. To support the implementation, services, guidance, and professional support is being developed through the MEM project that I'll tell you a little bit about in the end. So policy in education and languages in Iceland has a wide reference to international and Scandinavian policy. To name a few, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child has already been adopted into Icelandic law and provides the unequivocal right of children to maintain their own mother tongue. Multilingualism is regarded a key competence in many EU policies and UNESCO policies. Iceland also follows a common Nordic language policy focused on preserving and developing all languages and language communities within each country. Recently, a Nordplus research network on migration and education published an information site on NAFO at Oslo Met, where education of second language learners from preschool to adulthood is compared. It's really interesting to look at this. There you can see that the activities of preschool children in all of the countries is considered to be part of the daily play and activities in preschool, not formal education of language in ECEC. So as of today, policy in Iceland is very much in favor of inclusion and multilingualism in the spirit of the quote from Vigdís and urge from Ingrid Pillar. But we are also facing the threat of English, as he mentioned, and we have findings from research showing that newcomer compulsory children in Iceland, it takes them less time to learn English than Icelandic. And this is also becoming a problem in the preschools. So we have to look at that. In my PhD study, where I worked for 1 year with a purposefully chosen preschool that was really working on their methods, and over half of the children were multilingual, the aim was to gain a deeper understanding of how the preschool can serve as an inclusive and socially just learning space for multilingual children's language and emergent literacy development. The focus was on teachers, highlighting successful practices regarding language literacy and identity, partnership with parents, communication, and underlying values and beliefs. And Ann-Kulti's work was an inspiration for my work as well. So this communicative, how can we work with belonging through communication and such. And findings show that even though the language policy of the preschool favored all the 13 languages spoken by the children and strived to make multilingual practices sustainable, it was clear that apart from Icelandic, English and Polish that was spoken by the biggest group were dominant. Other languages were very seldom heard in communication, although different multilingual practices were being developed, such as welcome greetings in different languages, target words from book given to parents for translation, books collected in different languages and sent home to the children, bilingual books of communication, singing, and other practices. Interviews with parents revealed that they all wanted to support their children's active multilingualism, that they learned Icelandic and still maintained and deepened their home language. But they had very different views regarding the preschool's role and their own role, which shows the need to develop conversation with parents around the language policy of school and the language policy of the home. Let me see where I am now, yeah. Findings show that Icelandic was the language of learning and playing. Children's understanding and linguistic participation in Icelandic was supported both in child-initiated and teacher-organized activities, which I think is really important. And there was a widespread collaboration of teachers planning language learning. The culture of communication was empowering, and teachers considered it to be their responsibility to build relationships and belonging through their communication with children and families. So they took the step. I video recorded communicative acts of teachers and children in play and activities where I was trying to identify language learning opportunities where the children were active participants. The findings show that the play was prolonged when teachers were attentive, and teachers' participation in play involved added vocabulary and means of communication, like we can see in one short excerpt that I'm going to show you, where Halla, the teacher, enters the free play of two children that were discussing, they were just playing in the window where there were flies, because this was, there was sunshine outside, so there were flies in the window. And Halla listens to them for a short while, and then she enters their conversation with showing interest and commitment, and she brings a magnifying glass. And that sort of evolves discussion which they both participate in. And this, the way Halla comes into the play of these two children shows her interest in them, and it adds vocabulary, but also this manifesto for their identity and the way they are communicating. The teachers reflected on some of the video recordings and discussed their communicative acts and how they guided the linguistic participation of the children, like in the following excerpt, where Siv and Disa, two teachers, are discussing a video of children playing where Siv had entered the play. Disa is afraid to interrupt the play, wants to leave the children playing, but Siv believes that she can provide language learning opportunities when she enters the play with her communicative acts. Siv, this is a misunderstanding. You're not disturbing. You go there as a teacher. And Disa says, but you want the children to feel good. Yes, but, and then they discuss, and I was not involved in this because they were just deeply discussing the video they were looking at. And then Disa says, maybe words are missing, because he's looking at her colleague. And Siv says, yes, then you're using these learning opportunities. Child may be needing a word, and you are there and say something, like banana or something. The child might not notice you, but then the child catches the word, and then when you leave, you don't feel like you interrupted, but you had come in and done language promotion. And it was really interesting to listen to the teacher observe the videos of their own actions. Really good tool, I think, for all preschools. Findings show that developing inclusive learning spaces while fostering the language learning of multilingual children was an ongoing, complex, and continuous process. Sustaining and systematically implementing practices was also a challenge. The teachers were creating this culture where they took the initiative to build relationships and enhance language learning opportunities through empowering communication. Teachers' pedagogical choices were important for children's opportunities of participation, as well as beneficial for the language development and emergent literacy. Findings suggest that it was essential for multilingual children and their families that they were given a space to develop an identity without devaluing their cultural and linguistic funds of knowledge. And the study highlights the need for a comprehensive perspective where the marginalization and deficit discourse is reversed. And it was an eye-opener for me to look at the teachers discuss their work. And now back to policy making on micro and macro level and how important policy making in the field is, but we need that to be implemented. And for now, the Ministry of Education and Children is currently leading a 2-year project, developmental project. It's not a research project, but a developmental project called MEM in Icelandic. That's abbreviation for Education, Welcoming and Culture. The project responds to the urgent call of improving education for immigrant children at all levels of schooling in Iceland, like already discussed. And the project is a tool for implementing action plans based on the Education Policy 2030. The aim is to promote inclusion and active participation of multilingual children, establish a uniform procedure for the welcoming and education of children in formal and informal education. This is after-school activities as well, because that's a really big opportunity for communication. Develop and ensure the education community support and guidance, study materials such as assessment tools and better data through a new student database that is being developed, as well as support for solving more complex situations. The focus is comprehensive and evolves around Icelandic as a second language, multilingual, multicultural education, parent collaboration, and distribution of learning materials. I want to conclude with thinking back to Ingrid Pillar's call for a change from monolingual to multilingual habitus, because the way we view languages and linguistic diversity is closely related to our attitudes and beliefs. Regardless of the national and local policy at play, we need to look at how it's acted out in everyday work with children and be aware of the power at play in communication and discourse. When it comes to the education of children in today's multilingual and multicultural world, there is a need for collaboration and co-creation of language policies within every preschool, where leaders, teachers, parents, and children develop a consensus of the culture of communication and language awareness. One of the challenges of working towards an equitable, inclusive preschool requires all teachers to see themselves as teachers of languages and communication that increase belonging, who recognize children assets such as the linguistic and cultural diversity that they bring to the preschool, and build warm and empowering relationships across cultures and languages that benefit all children. Thank you. These are some references.
Thank you ever so much, Frida. Very interesting, very interesting. And it's really interesting how much foreign background children you have in Iceland. Thank you. It was new for me, and I think maybe for many other ones as well. So, but we have to continue, and next we will. Our next speaker is Henrik Daen Saharisson. He's a psychologist and professor at the Center for Research on Equality in Education and Department of Special Needs Education at the University of Oslo, Norway. So please, Henrik, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Sounds like. Should I stay here or can I move?
As you wish.
Okay. It's just the streaming thing sometimes make that difficult. Okay, so I'll share some findings from a research project I recently ended. I was funded by the European Research Council for the last 6 years. And I'll start by supplementing some of the descriptive statistics you've learned from Matti and from Dorte about social inequalities in language development and also in school achievement. And I'll start with a graph, which is complex, so I'll walk you through because it's a really interesting and scary story here. Based on registry data for all Norwegian kids doing national tests and getting grades in a 11-year period from 2007 through 2018, we have mapped the income inequalities in achievement. And you can read this figure as, so this is for math, inequalities in math scores. And in reading in Norwegian, it looks very similar. So the circle line here, that's the average score, think of it for now, for kids who took the 5th grade national test in 2007. The 8th grade national test in 2007 and also had grades. So it's different kids, but they're doing the test in the same year. 2007, 8, 9, 10, etc. Okay, so on the y-axis here is the difference in average test scores between kids who are at the lowest levels of the income distribution, the 10% poorest kids, or kids from the 10% poorest homes in Norway, compared to the 10% richest kids, so the 90th percentile on the income distribution. So this axis is the difference in scores between the kids who grow up with the most and the least in Norway. And the numbers here are standard deviation differences, and I'll give this meaning in a second. But there are two important things we've learned from this exercise. First is that across cohorts, the differences grow throughout schooling in Norway. This doesn't say anything about the school. This is descriptive. There can be many other reasons than what's happening in school, but they grow throughout schooling from 5th through 10th grade when they get their final GPA. And it has also grown over time. And it has grown with about 10% of 10 percentage points. So the differences are bigger in 2018 than they were in 2007. Okay, how big are the differences? If we look up here, it doesn't work. Does it work? No. At 0.9 there, so the 2018 grade difference is what we estimate to be 2.5 years of learning. We start down here by a little bit less than 1.5 years, and it grows over time, and throughout schooling to be more than 2 years of learning difference. This is for all kids in Norway. What we also learned is that if we compare the kids at the very top to the kids at the middle in the income distribution, we see there are no changes over time here. So the differences remain pretty stable over time. However, when we compare the kids at the very bottom of the income distribution with the kids in the middle, that's where we see the growing differences. So what's happening, has been happening in Norway in this time period is that the poor kids lag behind. It's not the rich kids who run away from the rest. What we also did was to compare, do the same exercise, but grouping kids by parental education. So we compared kids in this graph having parents with completed high school or shorter, fewer years of education, versus kids having parents with a master's degree or more. And it's enormous gaps there as well. I mean, it's even more than for income, 0.9, more than 1 standard deviation difference, so more than 2.5 year difference. But the point is that it's stable over time. So we have seen a dynamic comparing low and high income kids, but not kids of parents with few years versus many years of education. This point was made earlier that we see massive differences between within the group. So the blue ones here are kids with parents with few years of education, the orange one, more years of education, green, the most years of education. I compare the means here. And it exemplifies the point that there are huge variation within each of these educational groups, which is always important to keep in mind, but also that very few kids in this blue distribution are actually above the mean of the distribution of the kids coming from families where parents had the most years of education. We also know that these differences start early, and we were able to use 2 longitudinal data sets in Norway tracking kids almost from birth. And what we found was that when we compare mother-reported language scores on both parental education, on DASLs, it's supposed to be economic hassles, self-reported economic hassles. I don't know where that came from. And minority background. What we see is that these inequalities, they start, well, we can detect them from about age 2, not before. That could be because they don't appear before age 2, which is consistent with some international research. The other thing is that measuring early language development and social communication very early is pretty tricky, so we might not have good enough measures. Anyhow, we also see increases by school entry, so from before to after the kids from the more advantaged socioeconomic backgrounds, they run away. We're also tracking this over time. This is a paper just submitted by a student of mine. And the story here is that if we compare kids, and this is kids who do poorly on maternally rated or are rated low by their mothers on language development at age 3, but they come from a family where parents have a lot of education, master's degree or more. We see that those kids, as they move through a age 5 language test and age 8 language test, national test scores in 5th grade, national test scores in 8th grade, they move up. The kids who initially at age 3 do poorly or are rated as having poor language development by their moms, but come from families where parents have few years of education, they remain pretty low. The kids here, they come from a family where parents have few years of education, but they do initially very well, but they lag behind. And the ones who are stable high, that's the kids who both score high initially at age 3, and they have parents with many years of education. If we group this by family income, it looks very similar. Unfortunately, there is not a working paper out here yet, but that will appear soon. So stuff is happening. Okay, can we do something? Can our educational system compensate for some of this? As most of you probably are familiar with, we have had a massive increase in the coverage of early education and care in Norway since even before this graph starts, since the 70s. And I have been particularly interested in this, the younger kids. Developmental psychologists, young kids are interesting, and we have had a massive increase in, so this is the proportion of the population covered by our system, which here, let's go to 2000, it's about 38% of kids in Norway, 1 and 2-year-olds in Norway attending public childcare or public ECEC. What's so neat in Norway is that we had an enormous health survey covering recruiting, all in all, more than 100,000 kids, and have since been following these kids over time. But the kids were recruited during this time period, so they were not yet born when the mothers were recruited, and born from 2000 through 2000, and this moved from 2000 through 2008. So we had a big population-based health survey which overlapped with this massive increase in early education for the youngest kids. And for those of us interested in whether early education matters for kids' subsequent development, randomization is, as you heard earlier today, the best choice. This coverage rate was not randomized, but policy differences or expansions like this give us opportunities in some instances to recreate what is almost an experiment. And what's fortunate in Norway is that across municipalities, the coverage rate, the change in coverage rate, differed substantially between municipalities. And when and how the municipalities actually implemented this scale-up of early education seems to be pretty random. And because of that, we have something which is not as good as an experiment, but we can get pretty close. Okay, so did the investment in early education for 1 and 2-year-olds in Norway during 2000s make any difference in the life of the kids who attended care? It looks like. Okay, so we first did a paper where we used language scales assessed in the MOBA study for approximately 60,000 kids. And we also had mom's report on whether the kid had attended ECEC by the age of 18 months. And what we did was to estimate the effects of being in early education because of the policy expansion for kids in low, middle, and high-income families. And what we see a pretty massive effect on language outcomes at age 3 for the low-income kids who attended care because of the policy. And we also did a similar exercise where we, at municipality level, compared poor, middle, and rich municipalities, and we could see that the expansion had a positive effect for kids in the lowest income municipalities in Norway. Okay, so we expanded this to also cover, to include our national tests in 5th grade. So we did this basically the same thing. We had a little bit more kids, and we used registry data for many things, but also primarily as the outcome here. And the take-home from that paper is that the red bar here, that's the national test score. I think this is math too. Is it math? It looks so similar. I think this is math, but it says there, math. Very similar for reading. The red ones here are the kids not attending ECEC. The blue ones are the ones attending ECEC. And this graph is for parents with 9 years of completed education or less. 11 years, 12 years, 16 years, 18 plus years of education. And I think the main story here, besides for the kids with the parents having the fewest years of education, there is a treatment effect. So the kids who attended ECEC because of the policy expansion, they do better. But if you look at the sizes here, what this expansion actually did was to close the gap. If you look at the difference between language scores of the kids with parents having the most years of education and this group, it actually closed this socioeconomic divide in test scores by about 50%. So that's something. And I'll skip that, but we have replicated this finding also up to to 9th grade test scores with the population. We have been able to use the population. I'll just show you a quick fun thing. All of you probably know Tarjei Havnes, Magne Mogstad's papers from the scale-up of early education or preschool education, 63-year-olds, when 6-year-olds, when I was about the time I was born in the late 70s. And yes, it mattered for kids aged 30 to 33. And in collaboration with one of the original authors, we are currently expanding this into the 40s, mid-40s. And we're also dividing our outcomes by gender, which they did not originally do. And what we see is that the blue one here is super hard to see for you. The blue ones are boys or men. So the men who were affected by this scale-up of preschool back in the 70s, they actually do have more years of education, and they're more affected. Their educational attainment is more affected than it is for women. We have, the numbers are not super high, but they're comparable to what they find, and it's increasing slightly as they grow older, so some complete years, complete education at older ages. College attendance, high school completion, fairly small, well, very small treatment effects, but they are consistent. Earnings, the boys, when they pass 35, they run away, okay? And this is the treatment effect of being in a municipality where the preschool expanded. So women have some, but not that much earnings premium from entering early education or being in a municipality with the scale-up, but boys do. And interestingly, it really starts to show after the end of the analysis that Tarjei and Magne did. And also, probability of parenthood, it seems to be delayed, which might very well have to do with education. Okay, so preschool pushes young adults into more education, and then they wait having kids. 2 more minutes? 2 more minutes, okay. So I'll show you one interesting thing about school. We're talking about early education and care here, but there is an interesting thing with schools. Because life doesn't end at age 5. Which is very fortunate. What we have done is that within each and every school in Norway, we have estimated the association between family income and test scores. The one I showed you earlier, the gap, but we have done this within each and every school in Norway. And then we have looked at the variation in the association between income and education achievement in national tests in Norway. And the fascinating thing is that this is a distribution of the slopes. So some of them are very low. In some schools, in fact, family income explains basically nothing of your test score, while in other schools it explains 16%, which is quite a lot. It doesn't sound much, but when you look at what you can explain from test scores, that's considerable. So some schools are able to break that correlation. And my initial expectation was that this is socioeconomics. This is selection into schools. But it's not. It's school value added. So it's the extent to which the school is able to improve test scores for kids while they're there. And in Norway, it's not correlated or very weakly correlated with socioeconomic background. So you can have schools in impoverished areas, in rich areas, which score high and low, but are in the vicinity of each other. So something happens in schools which really break the intergenerational transmission of skills here, if we can call it that. And interestingly, we see the same schools, it's exactly the same schools that we in a previous paper have done the same exercise with ADHD symptoms and genetic propensity for ADHD. where some schools are able to compensate for the vulnerabilities that kids bring in, some schools are not. And guess what's the next project? Figuring out what is it in these schools. Yeah, so I'll skip the discussion, I'll skip the questions. I'm done.
Dear Henry, thank you so much for your very interesting presentation, and it also gave us hope, didn't it, that there is some mechanism that we can work on, and there can be some practices that help to break this vicious circle that we have. So thank you for that, giving us hope. And now we will go on with the program, and next we have this armchair discussion with all you researchers, dear researchers who gave a presentation. I will now ask you to come on the floor. The discussion will be moderated by Eija Sevon, and Eija is an associate professor in the Department of Education at the University of Jyväskylä, Finland. Her present research interests are focused on children's agency, participation and rights, and socially inclusive ECEC, belonging and exclusion, collaboration between parents and ECEC professionals' occupational well-being. And so Eija will ask you some questions, and I please ask you now to come here. And Eija will also pick up some of the questions that have been distributed you from the forms questionnaire, but unfortunately now, since we don't have Dorthe here present, we cannot handle the questions that were for her. But so, please, Henrik, Matti, Anna, and Frida, please.
Katsotaan vielä näitä kysymyksiä. Okay, are we ready to start this armchair discussion? Are you sitting comfortably? Good. So, first of all, thank you all for your insightful presentations. So we are ready to start now. My name is Eija Sevon, as you already heard, and I work as an associate professor in early childhood education in the Department of Education at the University of Jyväskylä. So this discussion proceeds so that I have prepared some questions for you about your presentations that we just heard, and then the audience here and also online, they have had the opportunity to write questions directly for you during the presentations. So we also have time to them, and I think that I incorporate them into what I have planned. And there is also Senni Vähäkuopus, who has promised to help me with the questions from audience, but let's see. Even if I kind of focus some questions specifically to one or two of you, so you all please feel free to comment or ask each other within the panel. And first we start with a kind of broad definition, and then more related to the role of language that we already heard in your presentations. And then we move to questions concerning social inclusion and inequalities. And if we have time, we focus also on parental and children's perspectives, and maybe something related to the ECEC policies, practices, and professional competencies. And then I have the kind of the one question related to the next steps. But if we start with the definition, so this conference is about social inclusion and diversity in Nordic ECEC. So how would you define social inclusion in the context of ECEC? Or is it precisely enough defined to encompass different aspects important for socially inclusive ECEC? And now I read, you have time to think, now I read one question, if I find it from here, because it suits very well here. It's the sixth one. So this is for all speakers also. The scope of the conference is diversity and inclusion. What does it do if we consider language in this importance rather than considering inclusion broadly as a form of belonging, rights of the child for participation in play and education and care? How does language skew the issue to become a key solution when there are other and even more important aspects to reach inclusion? That was a tricky one. So, but you can, yeah, you can start with kind of one idea and then the other one continues. What would you highlight or comment?
You want me to start? It's a big and complicated question, but why is language important when there are so many other things that are important? Well, I think that if we're looking at early childhood education, one of the main goals is the development and participation of all the children. And language and development of children is so closely intertwined, especially for the youngest children, that one cannot do without the other. So I think that even though it's not about urging or forcing children to speak the correct language. It's about the way the teachers communicate with children and how they sort of give the impression that the child is welcome, that it belongs, that it's important like it is, that the child doesn't have to speak Icelandic to be a part of the group. And I think for a newcomer child, for a new child, for example, in Icelandic preschool, the way the teacher or the staff speak to the child indicates to the other children the worth of the newcomer child. So I think you can never take language away from inclusion. It's not inclusion, but you cannot take it away from inclusion. That's my take on it.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, what you say resonates really with me, and I think focusing on language doesn't imply that other aspects of development is not important, right? But as you say, for all children and in a group setting especially, language is a vehicle through which so much of the other aspects of development is kind of fueled. So self-regulation without developing self-regulation without understanding what's happening around you, it's really difficult. We see kind of in the age aggression curve for young kids how as language becomes more and more proficient for a kid, the need to use aggression to communicate decreases because there are other means. And we also know from developmental psychology how these different developmental domains are so highly interconnected. So when you develop a vocabulary, it also develops a capacity to recognize emotions. And so I kind of agree from kind of developmental psych perspective so much what you're saying. And really recognizing that the kid is important, not the language or the one, but language is a very important vehicle and one which is highly attended to in our education programs.
Do you hear me? Yes. Yeah. Yes. I'm not sure what I can add to this. I totally agree with you. So language is critical for the children's knowing, participation, and so on. And there, I also would like to address this broad definition of language, that we are not thinking about one language or the majority language, but remembering that even though the child is not using and knowing that language yet, this child hopefully has developed other languages and have other tools, and that will become an issue in early childhood education, to see how can we include those tools so the children can participate and become heard and seen in the context. So.
Yeah, it's good to go last, since most of the important things have been said. So clearly, language is one of the key skills. We should make sure that we do everything we can to help children to be able to communicate with each other, with adults, to understand what's going on, to be able to think clearly. But so investments in that are certainly good educational policy. The only thing I would like to add is that language can be also used as a tool for exclusion. And we need to be very careful in making sure that we don't just segregate kids on, here's Finnish as second language, go do the easy stuff in another room, which is sometimes argued to be what's happening in the kind of a primary education, although we must also be careful not to just think that that's the case. We actually should figure out how helpful this is. Is it done in the best possible way?
Can I add one thing? Because we talk about language, but there's a researcher, I think she's Swedish, she talks about the communicative acts of children and how the adult, the teacher, is responsible to look at the communicative acts of the child and translate it into communication. So it's not about speaking the right language. And I totally agree with you, looking at what the child brings and interpret that into communication, building bridges between children and between adults and children. So it's not about the language at use all the time, but the teacher does use the language to explain and bridge. So, and you need to do that with the child from the first day, like you said.
Okay, good. So I think that we proceed still with this language issue, and especially based on the Anne Kultis and Frida-Bjarni Jönsdottir's presentations, language seems to play a crucial role, and you also emphasized in this discussion, from the perspective of social inclusion in ECEC for culturally and linguistically diverse children. So I first ask one kind of specifying question, which is for Anne Kulti, and the audience, somebody from the audience asks, what is languaging? Could you please explain the difference to language teaching?
Yes, with languaging, I refer to a practice, something we are doing with language, rather than language as a system. And then it's not that interesting whether it's first language or second language and so on. It's how we communicate, how we make meaning. It's a more dynamic perspective as a short answer.
Maybe we come back to this, well, that kind of pedagogy-oriented parts. You can reflect on them. But now I present a short introduction to the kind of question. So, for example, Michel van den Broek, who is giving his talk later today, and Susa Milley in the Finnish context, have written about the myth of homogeneous society and ECEC, which means something that viewing homogeneity as ideal for the society and also in the context of educational institutions for teaching and learning. So thus, in some sense, there is somehow this diversity becomes seen as a challenge or in somewhat negative light. And this is also reflected in ECEC language policies and pedagogies. Somebody talked about a biased monolingual norm, and when we think bilingual children or when multilingualism is viewed as a challenge for culturally and linguistically diverse children and their learning. So one question that we already you answered is that whether these children whether they are integrated as who they are or who they are expected to become. So are they thought to adapt to the values, norms and language of the including society? So how would you, Anne and Frida, but feel others also comment, could you reflect on this myth of homogeneity in ECEC, and how would you comment on this kind of diverse language policies, ideologies and pedagogies for language minority children in your countries?
But there is one thing I would, or in my research, it took for me a long time to find this kind of definition how to talk about these children I'm focusing on, and it because in some way we need to talk about multilingual children maybe, but this is really not a homogeneous group, as you said. And what I have been interested in is that what kind of language experience do the children in preschool have with them outside, or what they do outside the education, and how can this, knowing this experience, become helpful in the educational setting to meet and to meet these children and to change their learning opportunities. And I kind of forgot where I was going to with this long start. But anyhow, I have defined family language as a concept that helps me to talk about the group of children. And that means that it's the languages the children get in touch with outside the early childhood education, but it doesn't say anything about their skills in these languages, whether they use them or not. They can be used them digitally or come in contact with them digitally or at home. It's not only the family members, but kind of the broader. It can be relatives and so on. And that has helped me in my research to understand this group of children and this. Maybe you remember the question better than I did. So
not very well, but I'll do my best. And I know this challenge when you're starting doing research, that you have to define what you are dealing with, and this looking at the family languages or home. I mean, if you talk about home languages, are you then excluding them from the community language or the majority language? Or I mean, we always have to think about that. And this has also been the case in policy making in Iceland, because the question was also related to policy. So we have used very, very different explanations about this group, if we can talk about this group. That is a very diverse group, of course. And now in all policy, the concept children with diverse linguistic and cultural background is usually the way we define. So it's with something, it's not needing something, because we have so many definitions that are deficit, where we are using words and the way we describe groups of children always from the deficit standpoint instead of looking at what they bring. And if we think about, and I think that this is both related to practice, research, and policy, I mean, what kind of world do we live in? We live in a world where migration and immigration is a part of reality. It's not something that was never there. It's not like we were homogeneous at one point and we want to go back there. And big companies have discovered that the more diversity within the staff group you have, the better the company becomes. And we have to look at this when we look at the development of our communities and how we are going to build social cohesion, that we look at the people in the community, and then I define the community can be the class, the community can be the preschool, the neighborhood, or the Icelandic community. Who are the people in our community, and how can we work together to plan the party, sort of? I mean, it's not about me planning everything for you, it's about us co-creating the realities of life today. And I think this is what we need to I don't know how we can sort of get to this understanding that we need to have, that I am not including anyone, I'm not integrating anyone, then I have the power. So if we are thinking about democracy and how we are building up communities that learn together, that are helping each other, we have to look at the strengths of everyone. And I think that is, and as policymakers and researchers, we are responsible to use concepts that are not deficit concepts.
And can I just add one thing, and it's this home language, concept of home language, that I understand that in some cases it's really helpful, but from what way I have studied this, it's not, because for me it means that we are separating languages. This is home language, it's put in a place, and another language, majority or education language, in another place and space. And for me, from the perspective to multilingualism, or the children have all their languages, all their skills with them. It depends on surroundings, how they can use them, or what will they mean in different contexts. So that's why I'm not using home language. But of course, it depends on what you are doing, what you want to say.
So let me just add kind of a broader but short point, that the myth of homogeneous society is something that we kind of much more broadly tell as part of our history. And it is a myth. So if you think of the Finnish history, if you go back to the early 20th century, this was a country where there was an intense conflict between two language groups, the Swedish speakers and Finnish speakers, really, really intense. And there was the class conflict that led into an exceptionally bloody civil war. So this was not a homogeneous country historically. We learned how to live with each other. And we learned it so well that we can now tell this story of kind of peaceful, homogeneous people, in the, 1980s. But in comparison to what we've dealt with before, having a few people whose parents were born in another place, this is much, much easier, or it should be much easier.
Just wanted to add one point, which is not an answer to the question asked. But the concept of home language, is it appropriate in this context to talk about dual language learners, which is kind of the way Americans do things? I don't know. Anyhow, my point is that language development is very contextual, especially vocabulary development. And I think working with multilingual kids requires attention to that. Colleagues in the US have identified, when they tried to measure vocabulary in kindergarten kids in the US with Hispanic background who spoke Spanish at home, spoke English at school, these kids scored low on vocabulary tests. However, when they applied a Spanish vocabulary test, in addition, they figured out that the kids had two very separate vocabularies, which in sum was even to those of the American kids. But they used very different words at home than they used in kindergarten. And it's something about kind of the contextuality of what kids develop into, and that even though they spend 8 hours a day in an early education program, it's only a tiny part of their life, right? So what's happening outside there might run in parallel if it's not attended to and integrated.
Exactly. So if you really have to have unbiased assessment tools, you look at the vocabulary in both or all the languages of the child and you add them together.
Yeah, and maybe there are also differences whether you kind of learn different languages from early onwards, how the language development proceeds. So that is one issue. Do you think that we have kind of concepts precise enough to talk about these issues?
From my perspective, yes, I mean, because we're doing it and it's pretty efficient and we're able to grasp a lot of the nuances of what's happening and expand our understanding through having these discussions. So I don't think that's the biggest problem, if it is a problem, but you might disagree.
So, you know, I have this deficiency of being an economist, which means that I'm always using the wrong words. And so I think, I mean, we have very clear definitions in economics because we mostly talk in math, but that's the kind of hard to translate then to other disciplines. So I think there are, I'm learning good definitions. I think they're broad, they're not as precise as the math definitions for sure. People may mean different things when they use the same words, but I think at least from a kind of an outsider to this world, I think I would really appreciate from us trying to understand what we're saying rather than kind of getting stuck into that expression is not kind of used anymore. I still don't know what pre-primary education and preschool. What's the difference? Both are before school, right? but I changed my title, you know, on a request then before I showed up here. So all I'm saying is let's make sure we talk about the things more than how we talk about them. But at the same time, of course, we need to be as precise as possible.
Well, I might have a bit other opinion. When it comes to this definition, I think it's important in practice to talk about them, because I think that will help us to see probably change our practice, help us to see what we are doing, see how we are seeing things. And in early childhood education, I feel that we have lots of knowledge about the policy part when it comes to languages, and lots about knowledge about the teaching and when it comes to language and so on. And I used to put this ideology, language ideology or norms or perspectives, or what you want to call it, in between. Because in my understanding that both, it's, how to say, there is a relation between that to policies, all those policy documents, for example, what you were talking about, what frame we are giving for teaching, for children's learning, and there is a connection to how we teach, how these individuals in early childhood education meet each other, and that's why we need to reflect on the terminology we are using. I'm not saying that some are better and others are words, we shouldn't be using this or that, but we should be reflecting especially in practice. In research, we kind of need to define concepts, but I think that would support this inclusive practices.
Yeah, just to add a little bit, I totally agree that we are using it, we are discussing this, but at the same time, I want to refer to the responsibility of policymakers and researchers in particular in thinking about and critically analyzing the way they define the words and concepts we are using, especially when we are sort of shaping the discourse, because this deficit discourse is really influencing the view of the society at large. So I think there is the responsibility to critically analyze, but not when we are talking about things. We shouldn't diminish people for not using the right words.
Yeah, but I think the point is very well taken that language is power, and defining power hierarchies through the language we use is something we in this context would usually try to avoid. But I was thinking kind of conditional my previous answer on a related topic, which is the interdisciplinarity of the science of language development. And I, as a developmental psychologist, have worked a lot with contexts for language development, but I have paid very little attention to what linguists do. And my experience, and this might only be my experience, but early childhood educators often pay attention to what psychologists did in the 70s, right? So it's something about kind of it's a really daunting task to grasp kind of the width of what the science of language development actually says today, because it's so vast. But being aware that people are doing outstanding research in other fields, which can be very useful, and having that curiosity and also the willingness to adapt language to communicate interdisciplinary and to try to acquire the kind of tribal languages of linguistics or developmental psych or economics or whatever, to be able to talk past these kind of silos where we have way too much of a tendency to remain. I think it adds to it.
So if I may just add, and that I think that's precisely the distinction that needs to be appreciated. That we need to define within our disciplines, we need to define precise definitions of what do we mean when we use this word. But sometimes those words are different from what everybody else understands those words to be, or everybody else may be using a different word. And then communicating those ideas to the broader audience, or even broader than across disciplines. Ultimately you have to talk with politicians. They'll actually make the decisions. So when we think about what kind of language we want to use, let's make sure that we're understandable to a broad audience.
If I can just add one thing to this, because one further step would be the collaboration of researchers from different disciplines to create this comprehensive view where we take the different variables into context. And I think that is maybe what is needed within our field, to have this transdisciplinary research where we have the health clinical psychologist view, speech language therapist view, the preschool teacher's view, and the socio-cultural researcher's view. So I think this is missing, because we're always, because it's imposing this dialogue that never agrees on anything. And I think that's turbulence.
And just adding to your point, which is excellent, is that besides curiosity, which I mentioned, and willingness to be open and willingness to recognize that you don't know everything or what you know is wrong, it also takes time. And in the project I presented data from here, we have had sociologists, economists, we're a couple of developmental psychologists, behavioral geneticists, and probably someone I forgot. And the intense work week by week to find a common language, and then we were able to capitalize on it. But I think the patience and openness that's required for doing exactly, I 100% agree with you. We should just allow the time to do that.
Good. I think that very vivid discussion, but I feel responsible for asking also questions from audience. So this is specifically for Matti. It was also for Dorte, the similar kind of question. And you already said that you always talk with wrong terms or something like that. So here you go. So you are taking about children with immigrant and native parents, maybe talking. Who are the immigrants' children you are describing? Are people from Denmark considered immigrants? Also, how do you control for teachers perhaps already based view of immigrants? Basically, what does it do with the data when you have these two groups, and what ideology this might serve? Not a tricky one.
So, yes. Obviously some evil ideology, that is always the interpretation when I open my mouth. There's no point of trying to define immigrants and natives in kind of in a definite way that this is the right definition. Immigrants are a much more heterogeneous group than natives in basically pretty much every dimensions that you look at kind of any. I'm adult immigrants in particular. You see overrepresentation in, say, the top of the education distribution, the bottom of education distributions. You have people who can't read, you have people who run the largest companies of this country. So there's no point of kind of saying that, okay, they're like one group. So what we do then is that when we define immigrant background is that we take the Statistics Finland definition, which means that both of your parents or your only known parent is an immigrant, meaning that she was born outside of Finland and was not a Finnish citizen when she arrived. That's one way of defining it. Of course, when we do deeper analysis, I had only 15 minutes today, but when we are, you give me 2 hours and I'm going to show you kind of, okay, let's look at how these differences, or what do the gaps look by country of origin of the parents or the mother if those are different. It's to do this kind of quickly, you need to do all sort of shorthands that are not going to be very satisfactory. But then the question is that what you want to learn about that the definitions were not perfect, they're never going to be perfect, or do you want to see what's kind of, okay, so what did we learn with all those limitations that we definitely are going to be there? So in terms of what ideology this serves, it's the only ideology I want to, I mean, I have my own normative views on how the world should be. I very much try to guard against those views showing up in my research. As long as you can't figure out who I'm voting for, I'm really happy. And I can't tell, that's a kind of a badge of honor for economists. I have no idea what my colleagues, who they vote for. What we indoctrinate our students from the very beginning, saying that everybody has the right to their idiotic opinions, that's fine, but not to their own facts. And what economists do is, and I think what researchers do, this is just how I talk to economic students, that we try to make the world as visible as possible. We want to, let's try to see what are the things that are kind of factual, that could be factually correct, even if we never can really figure them out. But there are kind of things that this is how the world functions. This is how it is. That's what we aspire to do, even though it's always going to be very limited. And then we can disagree about what we kind of, what would be a desirable outcome. But what professional researchers can help is that give me the goal,
And unless that goal is so much against my values that I don't want to have anything to do with you, I will give you a sense of, well, if you're going to do that, well, it's probably going to get to that goal, or it's probably not going to get to what we're trying to achieve. So if there's an ideology behind my work, at least that would be it.
Good. Maybe we turn into the issue of social inequalities now. So we have half an hour left. So, but thank you for your answers to these language questions. So Henrik Dae Zachrisson, you talked about how ECEC could have the potential to reduce social gaps in children's learning and development and to diminish social inequality. And I think that was also one aim of the 2-year pre-primary education trial in Finland that you, Matti Sarvimäki, introduced us. What do you two and the others as well consider should be done in ECEC, or is it a more kind of policy level question to better address the existing social inequalities?
Yeah, that's an easy one. If there was a known good way of doing it, it would have been done a long time ago. So I have an easy answer and a more global one, and I'll start with the latter. Inequalities in life opportunities are along many dimensions, not only parental education and income, but along many dimensions, is the result of the lives that people live. And they are affected by a lot of things which happen throughout life. I mean, you're born with some predispositions, and you're born into a family with resources and challenges, and you live in a neighborhood, and you grow up having peers, and you go do things after school, and you go to school. And what we as researchers have been historically doing is to address kind of individual areas of intervention at individual times of development. Okay, so I care about early education, so I'm preschool, and then some are adolescent researchers. I think when we try to look at the whole which creates inequalities, we're dealing with inequalities in opportunities throughout life. And thinking about, like I've been critical online on the OECD current report, which has a lot of good in it, but it's kind of early education is the silver bullet, and if we can fix that, we can fix it type story, which many people have been advocating. And I think we are doing kids and doing ourselves a disfavor by heralding that point. We need to think across all domains of kids' lives, across development, and not only think within each of these, but across them, to create opportunities which are allow, as you said nicely, allow people to become the best versions of themselves, right? When it comes to early education in Norway, I was member of a government-appointed group on reducing consequences and intergenerational transmission of child poverty. And we submitted a report a couple of years ago. What we wanted to do for early education in Norway specifically was a couple of things. The most important, making an opt-out and opt-in access to early education. So just like you enter school, you get a letter from the municipality saying you have a slot in this school, show up at that date. We suggested doing the same for early education to reduce the barriers for especially people not very fluent in Norwegian or otherwise not super happy with forms, etc., to have this easy access, and then parents can drop out and decide, I don't want to have my kid in early education from age 1, that's fine. We also argued for a running uptake throughout the year. So kids are not, as it has been previously, or was by then, an uptake in August and not later. Because we know that there are socioeconomic differences in when during the year kids are born. We wanted to reduce price to avoid stigma. So that was our kind of main policy. We were thinking if kids get in there, then that's better than not being there if they are truly along some, I shouldn't say disadvantage, that's the wrong, it's not a loud word anymore, I recognize. But if kids come from homes where they don't have the context for developing their full potential, just getting access is the first point, and then we can talk more about the content afterwards. This was a very long answer, but it's a complicated question.
Yeah, so what should we do is the question, right? And my answer, I have no clue. I have some hypotheses. I know some research of things that plausibly made a difference and others that did not. So it's not, I have some clues, but I think the most important thing that you learn when you do experimental research, where you have a hypothesis, you go out, you test it, you tie your hands beforehand, you register, this is what we're gonna do, and then you see what happens. Typically, the different thing happens than what you expected. That's the kind of the most, it's kind of, it makes you understand that you didn't know too much about this thing beforehand. Typically, other people are pretty surprised as well. But as a researcher, that's the most satisfying thing to happen, is that the data proves you're wrong. And that happens a lot when you allow the data to really talk. And I think so I'm the wrong person to ask what are the kind of the most potential new things to test out. I think there's so many more people out there doing the actual work, kind of getting the intuition of this might work. I think we should listen to those people a lot more in a kind of a more systematic manner to figure out kind of what experts, kind of day-to-day experts to this work, what do they think might make a difference. But then you would like to talk with somebody like me on kind of who specializes on figuring out whether that hypothesis actually does what you expect it to do. And I think that is the kind of the division of labor that we should have. And then this should be a kind of iterative process. We'll learn new things through experimentation. It doesn't need to be randomized experimentation always, like we do a lot of this quasi-experimental work that we saw, like Henrik so does. But this is the kind of hypothesis, testing it, coming up with new hypotheses, and being humble in understanding that we don't know as much as we think we do. And that's the kind of, that needs to be the starting point in order to really kind of provide the best education we can to kids.
Yeah, what is the answer? I don't know it either, but when I was listening to you, I thought back to a research or study that was done in Iceland probably 2 years ago about social inequality and exclusion, and the researcher was looking at the demography of neighborhoods and municipalities. So I think, again, this is all about collaboration. When we are planning, urban planning, for example, how is urban planning in our community? How does it support social inclusion or social exclusion? And his point was that if you are a child belonging to a family that is struggling with opportunities, and you live in a neighborhood that is struggling with an opportunity, and you go to a school that doesn't have the right resources, the finances or the human resources, you have double or triple minuses. And this is part of what we have to think about. And there was also a panel when he was introducing his study or his research. And there was a mayor from the fastest growing municipality in Iceland these days, which is just outside of Reykjavik. And she made a very interesting point. She said, when we are planning the urban planning, the houses and streets and everything, people usually move to the cheapest places. That has been like that when I was a child, it has always been like that. So families, they tend to buy houses or apartments or rent where it's cheapest if you don't have all the opportunities. And what happens when you're planning, when you're doing the urban planning, you don't plan the infrastructure. The school, the health system, the social system, everything comes latest to the newly planned areas. So I think we have to reverse this. What is a community if we don't have the social success of the people? Because community is not the buildings, it's the people. So that made me think about this report and his research, that we have to collaborate across all these disciplines as well.
Most difficult thing to get the microphone to work. In my presentation, firstly, I do agree with what you have been saying here, and a little bit to summarize what I have learned during this discussion. So I have this presentation. I had a slide about collaboration for different types, and next time I'm going to talk about this, I will add this interdisciplinary research collaboration to that, because I haven't been thinking about that so much, but of course that's really important. And what you have been saying here, Henrik, is, for example, if you say, let's send a letter to the parents on what languages, how do we, and so on. So there are so many things we can add when we come together from different perspectives, even as researchers, not only those, for example, what I was talking about in my presentation. And of course, because I have been talking about play, so I have to add here that play. Do you still remember the question? That playing would be important, actually, to add that. And even though that's maybe something we think that we do, but I think we can have a look on that again and see how do we do it.
Fine. Maybe more that kind of better framed question, I hope. So it is known that in the Finnish context, many parents or mothers care for their young children under 3 at home. We have this system called home care allowance, and this is the case for cultural and linguistically diverse children as well. And there are many reasons for that, but parents may, for example, think that it is beneficial for their child to first learn their mother language, or what was your term? Home language? Family language, and be able to express themselves verbally before entering group-based ECEC. So I was thinking especially the Norwegian case and your presentation, Henrik. Would you comment on children's early attendance in ECEC? From the perspective of social inclusion, would it be important to increase young children's attendance rates in ECEC, and how would it be justified for parents?
My take is that the first answer is yes. And while we can kind of administer that to reduce barriers, it's obviously, for the reasons you mentioned, not going to erase the barriers. I mean, of course, underlying what I'm saying is that from the research I and others have been doing, early education from approximately age 1.5 is an opportunity for kids, right? And not everyone will agree about that. We have, I mean, one thing is language, but the other is culture, which you will both find differences in cultural propensity to appreciate the idea of early education as an opportunity. We have a really cool sociological qualitative study in Norway interviewed parents from, I mean, this was a sociologist, so this was working class, and I don't remember what the other classes were called. But anyway, the point was that across this kind of class spectrum, this study found very different narratives about the meaning of early childhood, right? While educated parents tended to see early education as an educational opportunity, working class parents in this study described the importance of family bonds, attachments, establishing the strong family culture prior to. What we have seen in Norway, though, is that we have had a fabulous voluntary group of women with non-Norwegian backgrounds called the neighborhood moms, who have been walking around in shopping centers and other kind of centers where people gather during daytime, talking to moms with non-Norwegian background, walking around with their 3- and 4-year-olds in the middle of the day. Have you heard about childcare? Right? We have early education programs here. And then communicated with them on their premises, kind of explained. And when I talked to those community moms, neighborhood moms, they described so many kind of idiosyncratic reasons for skepticism, being, I come from a country where the government is out to kill you, right? So why should I trust the government here? To be very extreme. But this skepticism towards handing over your kid to the government, which is very understandable from a perspective, while they also experience that increasing knowledge and understanding of the intentions, the structure, the content, the potential benefits, basically persuaded many skeptical moms to consider this as a viable option. So I think kind of knowledge and understanding, and for us being able to communicate, I say in a language people understand, what are the potential benefits of this? And kind of using the carrot rather than the stick, but reducing the administrative barriers. I think it's, again, we need to think about a lot of things.
Thank you.
So I think one of the things that you don't even need that much empirical support to be relatively certain about is that high participation rates will lead to more equality, for the simple reason that there's much more variability across families, what kind of an environment it is for the kid, than across ECEC centers. So you would expect children to be in a more similar environment if they are taken care of outside of home than if they are at home. That doesn't necessarily mean that it would improve their well-being or their skills in comparison to being at home. But my reading of what we have on the kind of plausible research designs where we have actually relatively plausibly similar control groups and treatment groups seems to be not slightly mixed, but overwhelmingly positive, I think. There are a few studies that find some negative effects, mostly from moving from home to ECEC. Mostly they find very positive. Having said that, it is important to understand that most of this work also focuses on, we're not allowed to say disadvantage anymore, is that? Like
That's what my American reviewer
oh my God. So, whatever, that's the right word, but you know, a lot of this work comes from, say, populations where you have to be below poverty line in the US to be eligible for say, preschool. So that's going to be a particular population where you would perhaps expect the effects to be more positive than coming from, you know, other kinds of families. But for equality perspective, that, you know, it doesn't seem to be, it's hard to tell a story how it would go to the other direction.
Well, I think this is a great initiative you talk about in Norway with the mothers reaching out. But I think we also, and again, I think about collaboration, because I think we also need to increase the cultural competence and the cultural sensitivity in the workforce, within the health system, within the, like, I think about probably many of those women they were addressing gave birth to the child in Norway. So they were meeting midwives, they were meeting early years practitioners outside of educational system. And I think that the cultural sensitivity of all those working, we always need many, many ways to get what we need. I think we should aim for more attendance in preschools. I think that's definitely what we should aim for, because that's how we are building our system, and I think it's an exclusion if we don't think about that for possibility for all children. But cultural competence is needed, and people with different backgrounds are needed in all sectors of our institutions in society.
And then, of course, when we get these children and mothers often to come to the ECEC, so it's important what happens there. How do we meet the children? What learning possibilities are they given, and so on. So that's, I just want to add that as this question. And this mutuality, respect, trust, and all those things that might not have been part of early childhood education and teacher competence, and just this, let's talk to each other, I'm interested in you and about your life and so on. Those things needs to be part of the early childhood education pedagogy as well. That we need to meet and see each other.
Exactly, and that's a quote I didn't bring here today, but one of my teachers I worked with in the preschool said, people know if you're interested in them or not. Children know, parents know. And I think this is a really important thing, what you're saying, what happens when the child comes to the preschool and the parent comes to the preschool. How do you build the trust? And we are developing all these welcoming procedures, but the first thing is to look people in the eye, sit down, and develop this empathetical curiosity. Where are you coming from? What are your expectations? Yeah. How do you see things? And it's not about me telling people how everything should be here. It's about listening and building bridges from experience to the new experience. So I think that's really, really important.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I would like to stress this listening, and then maybe a little bit later this information part coming and so on, but listening and seeing each other. And that's the responsibility of the education system and those who are working there, because, for example, all those reasons why people are not coming to early childhood education with their children.
I can give one short example, because I know that people are listening also outside this room. And I remember when I was working as a preschool teacher, I had a mother coming from Zimbabwe. She just had been living in Iceland for a few months, and she brought her child. And I realized very soon when we were discussing that I should leave all the information I wanted to give her for later. And I had a map, a world map, and I said, oh, Zimbabwe, tell me, how is it in Zimbabwe? Do children go to preschools at 2-year-old? And from that question, we had so much interesting collaboration, communication, that feeded into her trusting us and coming to us. So it's always about human relations.
Yes.
And simple things.
Yeah, exactly. And in our projects, the teachers, for example, another example is that give an iPad. Oh, could you, if they have been talking about what kind of songs or whatever the children are likes listening to at home and so on, there might not be a language to tell that, but just find it in the Google and listening to the song, and then something happens between those people in this meeting. Oh, this one, and that's something that lasts as well for the building the relationship during the years in early childhood education. And I would also like to add that this is an important question to early childhood education. What it is then? When we educate student teachers at the university, how do we prepare them for that? And we have seen that it can't be a question of my cultural and linguistic background, how I meet, but it needs to become an education question.
Now we are running out of time. I would have had a question related exactly to these professional competencies, but maybe we can discuss this later. And then I have the last question, but I kind of introduce it with, because I want to ask this one, but we don't have time, but I want all of us to think whether we have enough knowledge concerning how children themselves experience being in ECEC as a representative of a minority, and whether these children are seen and heard both in ECEC research and practices. But we don't have time for that. But the last one, keep that in mind, but the last one, and briefly, when diversity and social inclusion are considered, what do you think would be the most urgent phenomenon in your own country or more broadly in the Nordic context to focus on both in ECEC policy and research as well? One thing.
Very quick answer. Just how can we see both sides of both sides? So how's Martin's song? Sitting on the fence and seeing both sides of both sides. How can we relate to each other? I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I agree with you, these relations and seeing each other, hearing each other.
Well, I think we should understand that we don't know how to help children of immigrant background to learn as well as children of native background. Finland has the largest gap in PISA between children and immigrants in the world, and the lowest gap between poor and rich kids. So we need to understand that we don't know what we're doing, and we need to be interested in figuring out how to do better.
I think that was a good final word.
So thank you so much. We have a couple of minutes if you want something to add here, but I want to thank you all for your insights and thoughts, and we would need 3 more days to discuss properly all these issues, and we continue then after lunch. Is it so? So, but thank you and applause for them.
So thank you for all the panelists, and Eija, thank you for chairing this session. And as a little gift from the organizers, we want to give you some sweets from Finland, Finnish chocolate. Thank you. And I think there were so many points that I would have wanted to touch, so I totally agree that we would have needed at least 3 days. But I'm happy to say that I'll just pick up one thing, because someone said, I think it was Matti, that we should listen more to the practitioners, that what are they actually doing and how they are working. So I'm so happy that now, after lunch, we will hear what the practitioners are actually doing and how ECEC is performed at the municipal level. And from all the Nordic countries, we will have some good examples. So at least we will hear something now from the practice. So thank you very much for all the researchers for your big job to give your research findings to us. And yeah, we're very grateful that you were here with us today. Thank you. And lunch will be served when you go out to the right. There's a buffet for us. So please, and please be back at 2 o'clock. options available. I hope you feel fine now, and we can continue. We have Geraldine Libro already waiting for us. She's joining us remotely. She's from the European Commission, and Geraldine Libro is a policy officer for ECEC in the Directorate General Education, Youth, Sport and Culture of the European Commission. And in the context of the European education area, she currently coordinates an ECEC expert group, bringing together ministerial representatives from 34 European countries and stakeholders representatives, as well as UNESCO and UNICEF. So, Geraldine, please give us your European perspectives for our seminar. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, very well.
Oh, that's perfect. Techniques is wonderful. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm really sorry I couldn't be in Helsinki with you. I would have loved to follow and be able to network with you also during the informal time, because this is really super important also at conference time. But unfortunately, there are other events and conferences happening at the moment in Brussels, so I couldn't join you. But I'm happy I can share with you our perspectives on how we can support social inclusion and diversity in early childhood education and care. So I first want to present the vision that we have for ECEC in Europe, and what we want to achieve, and I'm not sure if the slides are showing on the screen for you, because I'm monitoring the conference on YouTube and I don't see my slides advancing.
Yes,
okay.
We can see them well.
Okay, now you can, yeah. All right. So what I want to point is that when we talk about ECEC, we are talking about children 0 to 6. It's not obvious for many people across Europe, because in some countries, maternity leave are very generous. And so it's really good for the women who can stay at home, or the parents who can stay at home. But in many countries, also the maternity leave is very short, and then there is no option. And it's really important to provide ECEC also for children under 0. And we try to cover the whole age range, 0 to 6 years old. Also because we think that ECEC has to be inclusive and high quality, and then it can serve multiple purposes. So we think the first purpose is children's cognitive, social and emotional development. It also helps with the fight against poverty and social exclusion. And it also supports, of course, parents' employment, gender equality, and work-life balance. Very importantly, in terms of children's cognitive, social, and emotional development, this is the bit I will develop today. We are basing our work on the Council recommendation on high-quality EC systems, which I will present later. But I also wanted to mention the fight against poverty and social exclusion. That's one of the reasons why I wasn't with you this morning. We have the Council recommendation establishing a European Child Guarantee. Hopefully you've all heard about it now. And it aims at promoting effective and free access to ECEC for vulnerable children, next to other key services like housing, education, health. So this morning I was with colleagues from the candidate countries to the EU, because I'm happy to say that the European Child Guarantee is now also expanding beyond the EU. Back to what we are doing on ECEC in the EU. Everything we are trying to achieve, we do through 3 pillars. The first one is on funding. And Erasmus Plus in particular is our tool to support the development of competencies of professionals who work in the field. We have a second pillar, which is policy cooperation, and a third pillar on research and data monitoring. So I will talk a little bit of each of these things now. For the moment, I would like to focus on our key document, which is the 2019 Council recommendation on high-quality ECEC systems. This was prepared by a working group of experts back in 2014, and in 2019, the Ministries of Education agreed that this was the way to go forwards, that we should aim at improving quality of ECEC systems because systems were really important. And these systems includes the EU quality framework for ECEC. And this is the basis for all our work because this quality framework is based on 5 pillars. And our main guideline is that these 5 pillars are equally important. One cannot develop access, for instance, without developing curriculum or staff. So in terms of access, we aim at making our systems more accessible and affordable and inclusive. In terms of staff, we want to make sure that all ECEC services can recruit professionals who are well-trained and motivated to stay in the service. We also want to make sure that ECEC services are not seen as babysitting services, but educational places. And so we encourage the member states to develop a pedagogical framework or curriculum which covers the whole age range 0 to 6 and which is of high quality. And of course, all of this should be backed up by appropriate governance, with a good articulation between the different governance levels, national, regional, municipalities, I know are very important in the Nordic countries. And funding should also be provided to families or to centers to make sure that the services are of high quality, including with a well-trained staff. Monitoring and evaluation is the last pillar, which must be in place to make sure that all these objectives, all these policies, all the measures which are planned are actually implemented in an appropriate way. So that means also collecting data on information on children, on families, on their needs, and also making sure that the needs are being met by the services. So this is what we have as a working basis, and inclusion is very important in this topic. So the way we proceed to work based on this recommendation is that we have a European framework for cooperation on education, which is called the European Education Area. And I'm hoping the slide comes up very soon. This is the European Education Area, which really frames all the discussions between the different countries who are part of it. And we are talking about the 27 member states, but we're also talking about candidate countries, as well as Norway and Iceland. So we have different working groups to discuss the implementation of European policies. And of course, we have one on ECEC, which is the first step of the lifelong learning ladder. So in our ECEC working group, which I'm happy to coordinate, we have country representatives from the ministries from all these countries, but we also have stakeholders who represent the voice of staff. We have trade unions who are there, we have children being represented, and we have a whole range of expertise being represented in terms of education and in terms of children. We also involve European and international agencies, for instance, like UNICEF, who has a great expertise in the topic. And we call upon experts to share their knowledge with us on the many topics that we discuss. So this European Working Group meets very regularly, and we have usually 2 years mandate during which we focus on specific topics. And what we do is that we look at all the research findings, so really important to hear about the research and what we learn little by little about how children learn, how ECEC of high quality should be organized. We look at the research, we look at the policy, we look at the obstacles, the challenges, the different practices, and together with the different expertise, we try to produce a report which brings all of this together, as well as some recommendations highlighting also good practices. So in terms of inclusion, I'm very proud to say we produced a toolkit for inclusive ECEC, which has been recognized as very useful by many stakeholders. And I would encourage you to look at this toolkit for inclusive ECEC. It looks at universal policies for inclusion, but also specific additional policies and measures which could be put in place to integrate children with disabilities, children with a migrant background, Roma children, and other hard-to-reach children. Like at the time we wrote it, it was children in the pandemic, but we also considered children who are living in jail with their moms. This is very rare, but this was symbolic to look at it because we don't want to exclude any child from accessing ECEC. So this is the toolkit for inclusive ECEC, and we also have worked a lot on staff who are a key component of quality in ECEC. We looked at how to recruit, train, and motivate well-qualified ECEC staff, and now we are finishing a cycle about the role of ECEC leaders. And in particular, we are currently drafting our last report, which is on ECEC leadership for inclusion. So by the end of this year, you'll have new inputs from us regarding this. We have also worked on monitoring and evaluating quality in ECEC, and we have produced 4 thematic reports, which are always targeted around inclusion. So how to monitor quality to make sure that ECEC is inclusive, how to be inclusive of all the points of view, when you evaluate quality, how to involve staff, families, and even children in monitoring and evaluating quality in ECEC. And there's a little picture as well showing a policy brief that we developed 2 years ago on staff shortages in the ECEC sector. We know it's a crucial problem in many countries, so we've tried to highlight why it is a problem, what are the possible causes, and what are the possible solutions, including solutions which might appear as good solutions, but in fact are not. For instance, recruiting underqualified staff, just to make sure you have enough staff. So the toolkit for inclusive ECEC, I have described it already here. So you have the link to look at it. I will smoothly, quickly go to the next thing, which is about the research findings that we share and that we do at the European level. So at the moment, we are looking at a very interesting report which has been published in January. It's really our main report on ECEC at European level. It's the key data on ECEC. It's produced by the Euridis network, which is a network of researchers in it. Well, it's a network which brings together all the information on education systems across Europe. So there's an office in every European country, and together they try to compare systems which are actually quite different, especially on ECEC. And they produce a really interesting report in which you can find all the information you want about separate systems and also aggregated data on the different aspects of quality. So I really would encourage you to look at it. And because we're talking about inclusion today, I wanted to highlight this special finding where there was an analysis of how the children with vulnerable backgrounds or children who face barriers are included in the ECEC system. And you can see that not all systems integrate children of different groups in the same way. So again, an invitation to look at the report for more details. And finally, I will move to another topic that we've dealt with through another network of researchers. And this is the NESET, also now called INESET network of experts in education, which produce a lot of very interesting reports. And one of the latest ones we have published can be of particular interest for you in this conference. It's about working with multilingual children and families in ECEC. And it's mostly about guidelines for continuous professional development of ECEC professionals. And here I've included the main recommendations. I won't go into the details. It's just to give you a feeling about what it's about. Hopefully this is in line with what you have been discussing today. And hopefully you can have a look at it. It also includes some case studies and more in-depth recommendations and analysis. So I hope this is useful to you. And for the moment, I will stop here. Would be happy to answer any question you may have. And I'll follow the rest of this conference with you very happily. Thank you.
Warm thank you, Geraldine, of this interesting update what's going on there in EU at the moment. Now I would like to how to say, in cheerful change of pace, kind of let's switch hosts and dive into some inspiring examples of best practices in early childhood education. And practical examples are brought us first by Kristin Morgan. And Kristin is a program leader of the early childhood program in Norway. Kristin, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much for coming here. And it has been very interesting for me to listen to all the speeches or presentations earlier today. So I lead a program funded by the Norwegian government and the municipality of Oslo. And this is a 10-year-old 10-year program. And the aim is to improve permanently the social services, the education, and the kindergartens in the most deprived areas of Oslo with a high share of inhabitants with minority background. So one of the projects we have had in our program, I'm going to tell you more about today, is what we call the Oslo Early Education Study. And since we are in a Nordic setting, mostly, I maybe sometimes call it just Språksterk 1 to 6, because that is the name in Norwegian. So, and why we started with kindergarten, when we started to improve the services. And I serve the services in Oslo and the municipality of Oslo. That was because it was a need for improving the qualities in the Norwegian kindergartens. And we all read the report, the OECD report from 2015 from Professor Stephen Barnett, who concluded that the quality in the Norwegian kindergartens were high, mostly, but it should be work on the qualities when it comes to how to make good kindergarten services for minority-speaking children. I guess that is the challenge all over, not only for Norway. So that was the start for our program, actually. So my presentation now is to tell a bit more about the situation when we started up, and maybe still is. I'll briefly describe the Oslo Early Education Study project, and I will also give some information on how we worked, because we're quite proud of this project, because we are implementing it. And I guess we can agree that one thing is to have interesting solutions made out in projects. Another thing is to implement it successfully. That is another story. And this has been so. We managed to do that in this case. And the other thing is that it is with enthusiasm in the field, and it is with enthusiasm among the scientists. And this is the result of a very tight cooperation between the services and the academic field, the researchers. So it's several reasons for us to describe how we managed to do this. So first of all, the situation in Oslo is so. If you look at this is the districts of Oslo. So in these dark-colored districts, this is 6 of them. I work for these districts, because in these districts you find 39% of the children in Oslo, and 62% of these children live in low-income families. And although you might say that it's not a good indicator, but it says something that 48% of the children in this part of town, in these 6 districts, they receive formal decision to receive reinforced tutoring in Norwegian when they start school. And the average for the rest of the Oslo city is 13%. And what's interesting as well is that a lot of these 48% children, they have already been attending kindergarten for several years, but still they don't have enough language competence in Norwegian to attend ordinary education. So then a bit more about the Oslo Early Education Study, Språksterk. It is a twin project. It is a research project led by our professor, Veslemøy Rydland, and her colleagues at the University of Oslo. And she's doing the research. At the same time, it is a development project. And she have been leading, with her team, have designed the model in the Oslo Early Education Study, but in tight cooperation with the services. And that is quite interesting, I think. So it's not a top-down project. It is in cooperation. So about the project itself, so the question when the project started up, it was, how can kindergarten in multilingual areas contribute to good language development for all children? And it is a collaboration between 4 of the districts mentioned, the districts more north, the educational and psychological services in Oslo, I call it a PPT from now on, and the University of Oslo. And it will also, this model will be fully implemented in the 4 districts all over, and a 5th district is now also want to use this model. And I don't have much time to tell about the model, but very easily then. It is a practice-based professional development model. I think one of the keys here is the mentors, the external mentors from the PPT guiding the educational leaders in the kindergarten. You also have colleagues in the kindergarten guiding each other, observing each other. And it is, of course, then the interaction. It is the quality in the interaction between the child and the teacher. And the second point is the methods to support language and interaction during the day of the kindergarten and during the year. It is activities worked out for the kindergarten to be used. It is based on themes from the natural sciences. It's theme-based. It is different tools, reading books, plays, all structured in a very in a structure during the year, so they have to follow this. And the last key, I think it's very important, it is the parents. The parents are encouraged to, they are told that they're very important persons for the children to using their language at home, reading, talking with them. They could use books from the kindergarten, no text, but they'd have to talk with the children about it. And in the beginning, you started with, say, with the Nordic model. It is very, we can very proudly say it's, it's trust. It was on some of the common features for the Nordic model. Well, we have a problem because the minority population don't have the same trust in general. So I think this is also a tool for making bonding with the minority inhabitants because they're useful, they're worthy towards the children. So this model in total encourage and stimulate to a good kindergarten when it comes to the children's development, when it comes to language, when it comes to the cognitive development and the social development, because it's all interactive. as I've been talking about before. So, very easily summed up, this is the model again, with mentor guidance, peer mentoring and reflection, professional development days, observation and self-reflection, and you have the parents, you have the interaction, you have the books, playful learning, somebody else said today. Yes, it is structured, guided. And what is also very interesting is that in this model, all the staff attend. All the staff are the professionals in the kindergarten working with this model during the year. So very shortly, that was the Språksterk. And in Norwegian scale and in Oslo scale, this has been a big project. It has been almost 900 children during the project period. Almost 600 children have attended. It has been almost, 60 different languages among these children and 56 kindergartens. And that is only part of the kindergartens in these 4 districts, but they're now going to implement it fully. So a bit more then about framework and method. Why did we succeed? First of all, we had the funding. I think that's important, because the funding, but you know, it's not that easy. You can have a lot of money, and it doesn't bring any results permanently at all. But we have the funding from the Norwegian government and from the municipality of Oslo. And we had resources. I told you how with the partners here. But I think the most important thing is we don't only have the the financial support, we also had the professional support. And then we consult. I'm a political scientist myself. I don't know anything about this field, actually. We have to consult the experts, the science, and we have to discuss with the services itself. And we facilitate that discussion. And then we have a mild pressure, a strong pressure for them to do their own excessive service, because they have to study what is the quality lacks in my service. We can read the science, but they have to study themselves. And that is important for 2 cases, because maybe they have their own solutions in their head, but they have to consult what is it really like out there in the field, and they have to discuss it, and they have to explain it and discuss it with all the field, down to the people in the kindergarten. They have to own it themselves. And then, after that, then you can formulate and test new models for services, how to improve quality. And that was what we did in the beginning. So we collect here, in my program, then portfolios of projects. We have different portfolios, but this is the one for kindergarten, developed over 9 years. And you see on the top to see the projects. No, this is language development, I'm sorry. But what you see there on the, down there, it is the studies in the middle. You see the studies. We first have studies before we start to have projects. I think that is very important. And here is the portfolio for the kindergarten. So, and I already told you about how we studied the OECD report and white paper from the Norwegian government. And we established in this way a platform for a common definition of a problem to be solved. And I think that's very important. And then I invited the researchers, the academics, and we said, an open invitation, how can you help us? And the result is the early childhood program, Språksterk 1-6. And now, in the end of my presentation, we are going to watch a video. And we're going to visit one of the kindergartens up there in north of Oslo, where they use this model. But before that, if you want to learn more about us, you can use this QR code. And on our website, if you search up the project, you will also find the link to the University of Oslo, who can explain more about the research results from the project, because that is the research part. I am responsible for the project itself. So please do. It is a very interesting project and a good website also, the website of the University of Oslo. But then, thank you very much. And then some children and some real stuff out there in the end. Thank you.
En av veldig mange viktige oppgaver vi har i barnehagen, det er å være bevisste på hvordan språk og samspill påvirker barns språkutvikling. I barnehagen så er det viktig at vi tilbyr barna gode erfaringer med språk gjennom lek og aktiviteter. Tidligere så var det stor forskjell på hvor godt man jobbet med språk i barnehagene. Derfor startet bydelene de mest levekårsutsatte områdene i Oslo med å undersøke hvordan de jobbet med språkstøtte i barnehagene, og hvordan de kunne jobbe bedre. Vi begynte derfor prosjektet Språksterk, som er et tett samarbeid mellom Universitetet i Oslo, bydelen i Oslo og pedagogisk-psykologisk tjeneste. Vi ser at Språksterk-prosjektet øker bevisstheten hos de ansatte i barnehagene, så at de får en større felles forståelse for hvordan de best mulig støtter barnas språkutvikling.
Det skjer mange ting i barnehage, og vi lurte på hvordan vi skulle få tid til språksterk også. Men vi opplever at det har vært en gavepakke for oss. For eksempel leser vi bøker sammen med barna, der barna deltar aktivt. Og vi gjennomfører sånne naturfaglige aktiviteter også, hvor vi diskuterer og reflekterer hva som skjer.
Da jeg startet som ny pedagogisk leder, så visste jeg ikke helt hvor jeg skulle starte fra. Da vi startet med Språksterk, så var det så befriende at det var noen konkrete oppgaver vi kunne gjøre. Språksterk hjelper meg på å sette meg på en vei som er for eksempel dinosaurer. Det er en ting jeg hadde aldri tenkt på hvis jeg skulle lage en tema selv. Og den friheten betyr at de aktivitetene jeg skal med barna, hvilke bøker jeg ønsker å lese, hvilke filmer jeg ønsker å se, og eventuelt hvordan jeg ønsker å snakke med de barna, hvordan jeg ønsker å formidle dette budskapet, er helt opp til meg som pedagogisk leder. For ansatt sin del så er det også mulighet for å tilrettelegge for kollegaveiledning. Det er på ingen måte for å lete etter feil, men heller for å få en innblikk fra utsiden, slik at vi kan gi gode tilbakemeldinger på hvordan samspill med barn fungerer. Og det gjør at kollegaene mine er mye mer bevisst på de samspillskvalitetene enn det de var før.
Det er mange som tenker at å gå i barnehage er å lære seg norsk, men det er mye mer enn det. Språksterk har gitt oss en fellesreferanse. Gjennom bøker og aktiviteter har vi felles begreper som barna bruker ute i leken, ute i samtaler. Samtidig har vi opplevd en økt kultursensitivitet, hvor man er mer bevisst. Man aksepterer andre kulturer, og ikke bare kulturer, men andre måter å tenke på.
Språk er nøkkelen for å uttrykke seg selv, skape relasjoner og forstå verden rundt seg. I barnehagen så skapes selve grunnlaget for dette, og det er et fundament som følger barna livet ut. Gjennom lek, undring og samspill åpner vi døra til en verden av muligheter der ute. Og gode språkmiljø gir barn en god start på livet.
Many thanks to Kristin of interesting perspective on today's topic and introduction of project Språkstök, and especially big thanks of this video, very interesting and nice video of children. I would like to give you some Finnish chocolate, but I will be there soon. Without further delay, I would like to welcome Tine Nørholm Larsen from Denmark and from Medvind program to tell us their best practices. Welcome, Tine.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me, Tine?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you.
And you can see my presentation on the screen? Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present our work from Esbjerg here today. I'm really sorry that I couldn't be there, but like Dorte said this morning, due to the drones in Copenhagen, we couldn't catch our flight, so I'm really sorry. But my name is, like you said, Tine, and I represent the hybrid organization called Melvin in Østerbyen. It's a local collective impact alliance, and I will be talking a little bit about how we have been working with systematic language intervention in a disadvantaged area in Esbjerg. Melvin is, like I told you, a cross-sectoral alliance of around 50 local stakeholders. So it's both public organization, the municipality, daycares, schools, local NGOs, the private sector, and civil society. And we are all united by a shared vision that all children and young people in the area Østerbyen in Esbjerg will complete education and enter employment by 2030. So the alliance spans thereby all arenas of children's lives, from family, school, daycares, and the local communities. And importantly, we are supported by a backbone where I work, which coordinates and facilitates our joint efforts. So one key focus in the work for 0 to the 8-year-old is a focus on strengthening children's language skills. I would like to give you a little bit of context about Østerbyen in Esbjerg municipality. So in the picture, you can see 2 districts divided by a railway. And it's the saying here in Esbjerg, I'm not proud of it, but Østerbyen is the wrong side of the tracks. So on the right side is Østerbyen, where children and young people and their families lag behind the rest of the municipalities on several important indicators, most similar to what Kristen just told us in her presentation about Oslo. So these are also the areas where most families with an immigrant background settle, and also low-income families. So this data you can see in the picture is from 2016 and was one of the reasons why Esbjerg municipalities decided, together with a long list of local partners and a foundation, to work on creating better opportunities for the district children and young people. So breaking this pattern is a major challenge. You all know that, and it requires us to work in new ways to create better lives for children and young people. So a key factor in achieving our vision was to strengthen all children's language skills from 0 to 25, so they are better prepared to succeed in the education and everyday life. So around the same time Melvin was founded, we had in 2018 in Denmark a comprehensive legislative strategy against so-called parallel society. And I think that's different from the rest of your country, the Nordic countries, and it's have a whole lot of policy changes in these parallel societies. But the 2 key regulations that are most important in this context for this conference is that each daycare must ensure a maximum of 30% enrollment from disadvantaged districts, so to secure a better distribution around across the institutions. And since 2019, children from these disadvantaged districts are required to attend daycare from the age of 1. So today, this means that we have nearly full participation in daycare from families in these districts, giving us the opportunity to work with all children in daycare. So why language? The local problem. So in Østerbyen in 2021, we had a problem in the alliance that nearly 50% of the children starting school, the local school here in Østerbyen, they needed special language support. Like Kristen told you earlier, the same picture was like in Oslo, that a lot of these kids had attended daycare. So our local analysis showed several challenges in the daycares. We had few adult-initiated conversations and questions between the staff and the children. And we had a low presence of narrative and explanatory language also in the daycares. So the uneven quality and the systematic across the institutions were lacking. So the conclusion was really clear that the staff had strong relationships with the children. There were a lot of trust, but they lacked the shared strategies and tools. So we needed a coherent pedagogical approach that could integrate language support into everyday interactions in early childcare. Around the same time, we did our research and could see that on Aarhus University, the Child Research Center where Dorte Blesses work, had this intervention called We Learn Together, or Vi lærer sammen in Danish. And we chose to implement it because it was an evidence-based language and learning framework that was also at low cost. So it focused on 5 key areas. It's the language skills, the social-emotional skills, the executive functions, pre-literacy, parental involvement, and these all were underpinned by a data-driven practice that we really try to implement in the whole alliance. So currently VLS, or We Learn Together, is implemented in 3 integrated daycare institutions, and many more are joining in the area. Together right now, they serve around 263 children, but in the last 4 years, many more have been there, and they are all age 1 to 6 years old. And almost 60% of these children are immigrants or have an immigrant background. So we also chose to do language assessments of all children in the daycares at least once a year to monetize the progression and see if there were any results. Dorte did a little bit of explaining about the program, but if I should choose 3 key changes from working with VLS as a language intervention, we have first now a shared pedagogical framework, which has led to more creative and high quality learning environments. They are so much more rich. You can see it in everyday picture, and the parents sees it too. Second, the staff and management, they regularly meet to reflect on practice using children's data to refine their work. This is like a totally new paradigm in our daycares. And third, the staff report stronger professional identity, which in turn benefits from the children. So it's not anymore about the children, it's more about the staff improving their language and their professionalism. And we're really, really proud that we can see an outcome, both on the systemic level, but also on the child level. So it's significant, the results. The well-being in daycare has risen from 41% to 58% over a 4-year period. And the language skills have increased by 31% and pre-literacy skills by 43%. So it's really significant. And importantly, 93% of the children are now considered school ready in terms of language skills, compared to 76% nationally. And this is an assessment only that's mandatory in these disadvantaged areas. So it's not in every school, but the schools placed in disadvantaged areas. But it's been significant. And when you're talking about, we have nearly 100% of the children in daycares, what are the parents' perspectives on that? So we also asked them, what is their views on this intervention? So the response was also really positive. And 85% say that children's language has improved with this intervention, and 73% say that their children are more eager to engage in conversations at home. So despite the mandatory daycare legislation, parents welcome both daycare itself and the increased focus on language development. And we also always say that it takes a village to raise a child. That's also why we have this cross-sectoral alliance. And this change has not only been in the kindergartens, but it's also been in the local community. So every stakeholder in Österby now knows what is VLS, how do we work in it, what is the key elements. So it's like a joint effort. And I think that's also why the parents' perspective is like it is. So the key learnings from Österbyn that I would like to share with you, it was a really small presentation, that it is that mandatory daycare combined with systematic language intervention has the significantly strengthened children's language skills in our area in Esbjerg. And it has proven to be a low cost and effective model, but with high impact, improving that both children's outcomes and parents' certification. So one key learning is that systematic use of data strengthen the pedagogical practice, and it ensures that all children benefit from the intervention. That was just like a small practice example from Esbjerg, but we have actually a newly external evaluation of the 0 to 8-year-old area in Österbyn, where a lot of best practices and also the systemic barriers and change we have been working on for the last 7 years. So you can always call or write to me or visit our website. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tine. This was very interesting and kind of say hopeful also to this topic of today's presentations. Warm thank you again.
Thank you so much for joining.
Now we have again coffee break. So this is the moment you have been looking for. The coffee is served on at the same place than in the morning, so left from the door. I think we are. Yes, okay, 25 minutes. 25 minutes for coffee break. Thanks.
the next presentation, and we are going to continue with the practical insights, and we welcome Halldóra to the stage from Iceland. And she's working as a principal in Ösp preschool, which is very multicultural preschool. And dear Halldóra, the floor is yours. And we talked that I don't even try to pronounce her surname, so Halldóra, please.
Thank you.
Oh, you don't need this one.
Yes, so it's Halldóra Sigtryggsdóttir. Yeah. Nice to see you all. Yes, I'm a principal in Ösp kindergarten in Iceland, and I'm going to tell you about the preschool and a research project I did there. The aim of the research was to increase the children's vocabulary through spontaneous play in a multicultural preschool and to support the active participation of all children in the preschool activities. The research was carried out as a continuation of a collaborative project among the schools in Fellahverfi in Reykjavík. Yeah. The background of the research is that the preschool Ösp is in Fellahverfi, a neighborhood in Reykjavík. There we have two preschools, Holt and Ösp, and one primary school, Fellaskóli, and after-school center called Vinafell. Approximately 500 children attend these schools in the age of 18 months up to 16 years old. In recent years, the number of children with multicultural language and cultural backgrounds has increased fast. Today, around 85 to 92% of the children are multilingual and speak about 25 to 30 languages. That has called for changes in teaching practices to meet the needs of the children in Fellahverfi with inclusive education in mind. There is strong collaboration between the schools in the neighborhood, and to further strengthen that cooperation, the project Language Development and Literacy in Fellahverfi was launched. We call it for MOLF, to shorten it. It was funded by the Ministry of Education and Children from 2020 to 2023. And the aim was to develop coordinated teaching methods and continuity between school levels through similar projects in both preschools and primary school in the neighborhood. We have been working together systematically to strengthen the collaboration. We changed the working methods and provided education and lectures for the teachers and staff in all schools with strong emphasis on shared goals. We did not see this as a project. We wanted to make a fundamental transformation in educational practice, a lasting change in methods. So the focus was on promoting language development and literacy, as well as improving children's well-being and strengthening their self-identity, especially given the high proportion of families in the neighborhood facing social challenges. With these new priorities in educational practices, our guiding principles became language development and literacy, formative assessments, music and creative arts. All schools in Fellahverfi work with shared vocabulary themes that are based on themes originally developed by speech therapists during another project between the years 2017 and 19. In Ösp, we have 52 children. 92% of the children are multilingual. 85% of them are almost only in Icelandic language environment at the preschool. And for the second year now in a row, in the oldest group of children, 4 to 5 years old, we have one child who has Icelandic at home, which means very few Icelandic-speaking peers in the game, in the play, as a role model. More than 20 languages are spoken among the children and staff at the preschool, and only 52 children. So we are trying to, use. At USP, MOLF, the project I told you about, had already had a strong impact. And in the spring 2023, we evaluated the status of the project. We agreed the group activities and teacher-led sessions were going very well. Vocabulary themes were consistently used during structured activities from the teachers, and results from vocabulary assessment showed that we were on the right path. We thought about the next steps together and decided that we wanted to explore those moments in the preschool day that were not planned by staff. How could spontaneous or child-initiated play be used to support children's vocabulary development and increase their interactions? It quickly became clear that the staff felt insecure in this area. The team had very diverse experience from early childhood education, and none had former preschool teacher qualification. The staff expressed concerns about interrupting the children's play. They felt they might spoil the game if they were stepping in, and some believed they needed to create or direct the play themselves, but didn't think the children were interested in that or involving them at all. So I decided to reach out to the Center of Language and Literacy in Reykjavik for support, and was joined by a consultant from the center, Saga Steffensen, who collaborated with me on this action research I did. In the beginning, my idea was to support the staff in identifying learning opportunities in the game. Opportunities to enhance vocabulary and increase children's use of Icelandic during the play and peer interactions. Often children would switch to a shared language during play, and much of the play was physically active or noisy with limited verbal interaction between the children. So it was action research and focused on the oldest age group at the preschool, 4 to 5 years old. And my plan was for me and Saga to observe in the classroom 3 times a week for 8 weeks period. It was supposed to be a field observation, working with the staff to find ways of engaging more actively in children's play and to identify and seize the learning opportunities that emerged naturally. From the very first field observation, I realized I couldn't simply observe and then have a discussion with the staff afterwards. I needed to participate. With the team's consent, me and Saga took on an active role in the classroom throughout the 8-week period so the study shifted from field observation to participant observation. During the participation observation, me and Saga actively participated in the daily activities in the classroom. We contributed ideas about how to better utilize learning spaces and improve access to material for the children. I engaged in ongoing dialogue with the team and provided professional input. We focused on the role of spontaneous play within early childhood education, especially considering recent changes that had been made to the national curriculum in Iceland, which now place increased emphasis on inclusion, equity, and full participation. Along with the team, we gradually began opening learning spaces, increasing access to materials, and giving children more freedom to choose what they wanted to do. There were doubts and uncertainties among the staff. But they were willing to try new approaches on their own terms. Through open dialogue and active listening, they found ways to increase their confidence and test new approaches, particularly enjoining children's play on the children's term. All children became more active and helped each other. The children's interest had influence in the flow of the activities, and conversation in Icelandic increased between the children and staff. Over time, a sense of trust developed between me and the staff. They began writing in research journals, recording their reflection, experiences, successes, and challenges. Through those journals, they began to see the evolution of their own practices and gradually became more confident in stepping outside their comfort zone. So after 8 weeks of active participation and ongoing conversation, Saga and I stepped back. The staff continued to develop the ideas independently and deepened their involvement in child-initiated play. Here we have examples of how the participants documented their reflection in the research journal. In the first example, a participant describes how she is trying to approach the children and be included in their play. Her goal is to help a third child join in, and she writes, "I had great difficulty joining their play. The worst part of all of this was Peter was left playing alone. He was only playing with me and couldn't get into the game with the others." The second example is a participant reflection as she observed me struggle to include a third child in a play. And she wrote, "This is also a situation I could find myself in, not knowing what to do." And the third example is also a participant observation as I supported a child who had newly moved to Iceland in joining the play. She wrote, "They started playing together without words. I can see how important the teacher's role is, how they can make everyone feel included and valued." Here we have, after 4 months, 4 months after the study began, data collection was completed and the participants shared the results and the changes that had taken place with their colleagues. And it was a summary of the process and key findings to the team. So here are some of the results and narratives from the participants. And also here. Child-initiated play used to be a bit of a break for the staff, but now we're always active, more present, listening and talking to them. 1 minute. I just want to say in the end that I learned a great deal from conducting this research as a principal. By being present in the classroom and actively involved in the daily work, I was able to support the team in meaningful ways and build up trust between us. I needed to understand the pedagogical practices that took place in the classroom to be able to effectively guide the team. And I had to be present, visible, and ready to engage in meaningful conversation. It was is my responsibility to create space and time for staff to reflect on their own practice. And I need to know what the staff needs to be secure at work and confident in their role within the preschool, so that I can provide education depending on their needs. Today, we're working on transferring this knowledge and experience into the other classrooms. As a team, we believe that this is important to work together and stay in sync while continuously reflecting on how we can improve our practice. So, in the end, I would like to share with you that last week we started a new project in Fellahverfi, built on MOLF, that we are including parents in the MOLF project that is carried out in collaboration with the School of Education at the University of Iceland, and is also a part of Reykjavik's education policy, Let Our Dreams Come True. Thank you.
Some chocolate.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Haldora, for very very clear and good presentation of the Icelandic practice. Next, we have a presentation by Senior Advisor Lotta Andersson Damberg, who is working for the Swedish Association of Local Authorities and Regions. In her work, she aims to promote the availability of open preschool activities in municipalities. Dear Lotta, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, yes. Yes, thank you for the opportunity to be here, to participate, and to listen to all the interesting presentations today. Well, my name, Lotta Andersson Damberg. I work as a senior advisor at the field of education at SALAR, the Swedish Association of Local Authorities and Regions. I will talk about our work within the framework with the government, how open preschool can promote language learning and integration and increase children's participation in regular preschool. That's my first picture. But first I will tell you about SALAR. SALAR is an employer and member organization in Sweden for Sweden's 290 municipalities and 21 regions. We work for the interest of our members. We offer support and service, sign central collective agreements, and strive to strengthen local democracy and self-government. We are a big organization in Stockholm. We are 400 to 500 colleagues because we cover all the areas of the municipality and regions. We speak for our members in dialogue with the government, the Swedish Parliament, government agencies, the European Union, and other key organizations. Sometimes we in SALAR make agreements with the government on issues that we agree are urgent and important. Before I continue, I will also briefly explain about open preschool. Open preschools are open for children up to 6 years old together with their parents. Often parents or parental leave with younger children. Open preschools provide educational activities for children and social interaction for the adults. There are open preschools in more than 200 municipalities in Sweden, even though they are not mandatory by law. Municipalities have often more than one. Some can have up to 10 open preschools in the community, one in each neighborhood or district. Open preschools often work closely with maternal and child health services, as well as social services, to promote health and well-being, both for children and adults. Open preschools are often located in a family center, where families can receive support and guidance from professionals. They do not offer after-school care for children, for older children. Foreign-born women are often on parental leave the first years they come to Sweden. And during this period, open preschool can serve as a natural meeting place and suitable environment for integration and language learning. Open preschool can also help to increase participation in preschool for children with a foreign background. We know that children with a foreign background and children with a socioeconomically weak background participate to a lesser extent in preschool. So now I would like to tell you about our work within the framework of the agreement. It began in 2018 and lasted for 3 years. The agreement meant that we in SALAR should explore, identify, and share examples of how open preschools can support the integration of foreign-born women and increase preschool participation among children with a foreign background. When we started, we didn't know much. But there were no national overview, and municipalities were often unaware of each other's work. even local authorities and governments didn't always recognize the incredible value of the activities being carried out by the staff at the open preschool. During these 3 years, we visited open preschools across the country to learn more about their activities, and we shared our knowledge and experiences through seminars, conferences, films, and reports. And this helped to build a national understanding of the potential of open preschool as a platform for integration. The results of our work were presented to the government in a final report, and we also developed a practical web-based toolbox to support both the municipalities and preschools to develop their work to promote integration. And this toolbox has been widely used and appreciated. Actually, during this project, we had one visit here in Helsinki. We visited an open preschool that worked in a project at that time to support language studies for immigrant mothers. I will share some key findings from our project. We can find that open preschool is a natural meeting place for parents from diverse cultural backgrounds. It's a low threshold service. There's no registration or attendance requirements. But not everyone knows about open preschool. So staff often work with health and integration services in local communities to inform and welcome parents. For some women from certain cultural backgrounds, open preschool can be the only place outside their home they can visit. We were told that sometimes the man make a first visit and approve before the woman and child could attend. In our project, we found that open preschools offer a valuable platform for children to socialize and play. And we also found that open preschools often collaborate with other actors to arrange activities for parents, such as language studies, public information, and employment support. I must look at the time as well. We saw many examples of how open preschool play a key role in informing parents about the preschool assignment and its importance for children's development, especially language skills. Open preschool often collaborate with a nearby preschool. We found that open preschool staff has valuable cultural competence and are skilled in supporting families from diverse backgrounds. Strong relationships with parents are essential to build trust and understanding of the importance of preschool. Parents do not always have the experience of preschool, and its structure can vary across countries. A common message from our visits was a lack of national support, which many see as a challenge. Some municipalities have developed their own local guidelines to open preschool, and we found that stronger links between practice and decision makers could help open preschool reach its full potential. After our project, a government inquiry was launched to explore how increase preschool participation to support children's Swedish language development. And following that inquiry, municipalities were given a new assignment under the Education Act. So now new rules require all municipalities to actively reach out to parents of children 3 years old who are not enrolled in preschool. Municipalities must inform families about preschool and the child's right to attend. Municipalities also must offer and reserve a place in preschool for children born abroad with a foreign-born parent or with a foreign-born parent who lived in Sweden for 5 years or less. And during this new assignment for the municipalities, they have highlighted open preschool as a key arena for informing parents, and especially those with a foreign background. Some municipalities have also found that they need to expand their efforts to reach parents who hesitate and need more information about preschool. So they have established a kind of come and try preschool, something in between an open preschool and a preschool, with more information and closer collaboration with preschool. And this model has been very successful. Open preschool is now being highlighted from several perspectives, and I will mention a few. Salar is now working currently under a new agreement focused on open preschools. This is aimed at supporting foreign-born women entering the labor market. And this can also benefit the children, as seeing their mothers go to work has positive effects. I will also tell you that earlier this year, the first academic thesis on open preschool was published. The thesis explores how open preschools are increasingly being used to support language development and integration for foreign-born parents and their children. Also, the government's National Coordinator Against Social Exclusion recently highlighted open preschools and family centers as important platforms for information about preschool and its importance for children. And I will also mention the Swedish School Inspectorate that has, during a research recently, recognizes open preschools as valuable spaces, but emphasizes also that collaboration must be structured and clearly anchored in the leadership chain of responsibility. And finally, the University of West. They are currently conducting a research study on preventive social work at open preschools and family centers, focusing on migrant families. Well, I could talk for hours about open preschool. There's so much to say, but my time is limited, so I stop here, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lotta. We didn't have to wave the 2-minute flag over there for you. Thank you for that, and some chocolate for you also. Thank you, Lotta, very much for your presentation. And then we are going to have a Finland in the floor. And next we have the presentation by early childhood education specialist Soile Granholm, who works for the city of Vantaa in Helsinki, Vantaa in Finland, near Helsinki. Soile deals with issues concerning language and cultural diversity. She also tries to find ways to prevent segregation development in ECEC in the city of Vantaa. Please, Soile. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be up here. I'm going to start by thanking everyone who spoke before me. You've been intellectually tickling me today, so it's been a wonderful day. Thank you for the organizers as well. I start with the picture and the text, Wings and Roots. Wings and Roots describes Vantaa city, but it also describes the thought that I have when I think about the social inclusion or the diversity. As an administrator worker and our team, we are trying to build tools for our staff members so that they would be able to provide better quality early childhood education and care for the children. So wings represent somehow hope, but also tools and structures for our staff members. Hope for the children, so that when they are learning, they are able to see that there are possibilities and they can fly. Roots, also tools for our staff members, so that you can base on something when you are working if you are not sure what you are doing, so that you can find tools to help you to work. Roots for the children. When we talk about early childhood education and care, I think it's really, really important that we always remember where the children are coming from and that they have backgrounds. They have yesterday, they appeared today from somewhere, and they are whole as they are. I was very happy that on the Armchair discussion you were talking about the concept of social inclusion and diversity as words, or the concepts that what do they mean for you, because when I was making my slides I was thinking that, quite a big issue, the diversity, social inclusion, what does it mean for everyone really? If I say diversity, is it a positive thing or is it a negative thing, what you are thinking about? For me, it's definitely a positive thing. It's not something that concerns minorities. It is something that concerns all of us. We are all different, but we are the same. Social inclusion, it doesn't only concern some group of the children, it concerns all the children who are in early childhood education and care. I come from a city which is young and international. Here you can see our foreign language speakers in Vantaa. Even though I'm talking about the foreign language speakers, when I think about diversity, I'm definitely not thinking only about the foreign language speakers. But you can see that our areas vary, but all of them have quite many different language speakers, quite many different cultures as well. So foreign language speakers, mother tongue, 60 different mother tongue than Finnish, 26.9% of the inhabitants have that. Languages spoken in Vantaa, 120 plus something, because we don't know all of the languages, even the names of the languages that we have. So definitely diverse. Oh, what happened? It doesn't matter. Yeah. I'll continue anyway. More than half of Vantaa residents are under 40-year-olds, so definitely young city as inhabitants we have. Top 6 mother tongues spoken in early childhood education and care: Albanian, Arabic, Russian, Somali, Estonia, English. 35.6% of early childhood education and care children speak other languages than Finnish as their mother tongue. So diversity, definitely, if we think about the multiculturalism or languages, it's our normal. There's nothing special about it. Lately, we've been focusing when we talk about educational equity, we are also talking about preventing segregation. When we talk about social inclusion, we also talk about how to prevent segregation. And now for a couple of years, we've been attending to a project called Yhteinen koulu, which has been, we've been developing methods and thinking about our structures, how to tackle segregation in Vantaa. But Vantaa is not alone who is tackling the segregation, and definitely not the early childhood education department alone. I have to emphasize that in Vantaa we work together it's not only early childhood education department, it's not only the primary school side, but or the secondary school, we all work together. Also from different departments, between different departments. Definitely when we talk about the segregation, we have to work together. It's a big issue. I'm sorry that I can't show you my slides because it's getting difficult to speak without you seeing what's on my slides. What we've been tackling or developing now via Yhteinen Koulu is the means of reducing segregation in the education and learning division. And the 4 topics that we've been working with is the resources that even out the differences in starting points, knowledge-based management and operating culture. And also service network, are we able to develop our service network better so that it provides better services for the families. Also, daycare center or school as part of the area has been in the discussion, and some of the schools are providing evening possibilities for families to come and join during the daytime and also in the evening time, so that kind of to develop the area where we have maybe the possibilities for the segregation, so that the school would be sort of an inviting place for people to come and meet each other and also learn languages. Okay, measures for educational equity. Definitely what we can do is the needs-based resource allocation. We've been now we have quite a bit of knowledge about the families that we have in Vantaa and what kind of families we have and which are the daycares where we need to put more effort on, where do they need more resources. So leading according to what we know and trying to send the money there where it's needed or the resources where it's needed. We have many professionals working in the early childhood education and care who can promote educational equity. I will definitely mention our excellent language and cultural coordinators. We have 6 at the moment, and we couldn't be working without them. They have such an insight of the knowledge of the cultural and language that they are able to teach our teachers and nursery nurses and social pedagogues. They can share their knowledge in the units. So it's this one. Okay, we've tried basically everything. We've tried so that we are talking about the salaries, how to pay. Is it possible to pay more in those areas where we have more segregation than the other areas? But all different kind of ideas we've been testing with this Yhteinen Koulu project, and it's been wonderful. I also have to thank Vantaa City, so that one of our values is courage, and we've been courageously really testing different kind of things. So it's been quite something else. Okay, let's go back to the social inclusion. And like I said, in Vantaa, I believe we all think that it's the value that we have a shared idea of the social inclusion and how important the inclusive early childhood education and care is. And you can't see my slides. Ooh, almost there. Let's see. But we really believe that the foundation for the social inclusion is the shared idea of the inclusive ECEC. As a big part of this plays Provaka. It's a Finnish research-based model of positive behavior intervention and support framework, which all ECEC units in Vantaa are committed to follow at the moment. Now it's tricky to continue with this without this one, because I would really like to show you our toolbox for our staff members. So maybe I don't wait. Yes. Okay. So like I said, that we've been working hard years and years in Vantaa to develop a good toolbox for our staff members to work with. And whenever there are changes in pedagogy or in the laws or wherever, we try to develop our tools so that they would better answer to the needs of our staff. But if I think about now diversity or teaching if I take the perspective to diversity now through the glasses of multilingualism, I would say that the most important tools that we have in Vantaa for this purpose is our handbook for language, culture and worldview issues. So our cultural coordinators, language and cultural coordinators are playing a big role on this one, that they have been working with a beautiful handbook, which is now under construction, so that we are changing it from Word to PowerPoint mode, but otherwise the knowledge is still there and we are still using it a lot. We also have handbook for the child support, so that also plays a big role when we are talking about the needs of the children. And then what would language-wise, I would definitely bring up that we are using language beta tool in Vantaa as well, and I know that in other cities you are using language beta tool as well. Well, the aim is to provide equal opportunities for all the children, really. So I think that is the thing that we are doing in Vantaa, not only for certain group of children, but all of the children. So quality of the pedagogy at the end of the day is what matters. I have few pictures at the end of my slideshow here about how they are actually providing language support in few of the daycares. So the pictures are from there, but maybe I'll go through the topics here now, so that supporting the child's language learning in the daycares, it can be simple things, but they can be very meaningful. And it doesn't only help the children who don't speak Finnish, but it helps all the children. So when we are talking about the language aware of education and teaching, so it all helps everyone. So no, maybe, no, nothing. Okay. So I suppose that the inner part of the teaching language is that we support the children to be brave and to use their language skills. Whether they speak or show from the picture, we use a lot of pictures, we use different kind of methods like reading together, so that we talk about interactive reading, and we invite the children to participate verbally or non-verbally, but so that they would feel that they are part of the group. We also invite families to the daycare. We encourage them to come and join. We encourage them to share about their culture, their languages, their knowledge, and so that they would be able to come and see. Oh, I'm almost on the last one. So let's see. So this was the picture that I really wanted to show. This is our toolkit for the pre-primary school, but we have a similar for the early childhood education and care as well. Okay. So here you have some pictures from the daycare. Oh, no, that was fast. Okay. So by promoting interaction, we are supporting child's expression as well. So these little pictures from the table are wonderful example how in Ravurinpuisto they are using pictures during the lunchtime to encourage children to take part to the discussion. And the cooperation with the guardians also that they are kind of secretly teaching families new words because children are learning the new words. So they also share with the families what are the week's words that they are practicing. And ever so important is to develop learning environment. And I was so happy in the morning when I heard, I can't remember who was talking about the play, but that's our thing, isn't it? In early childhood education, that's where we start from, right? And when we have a vivid learning environment, it invites children to discuss, to join, to share things. So that is really, really important. So we are supporting child's identity in early childhood education in many, many ways. And cultural background, language background, that's a big part of every one of us. So cherish that. Thank you.
Now I would like to say to Soile that thank you for a very concentrated presentation, even though 3 persons are going round and round you with your presentation. Thank you very much, Soile. And your chocolate is over here. If you haven't ever tasted Finnish chocolate, you have that. Okay. I was told that I can't now say that Michelle can come because there is something they have to check. So for the stream, we are living exciting times. And I was whispering to my colleague Mervi that, oh, this seminar went very well until now. we were just clapping our hands and, oh, everything is going so smoothly. Not anymore. Well, these things happen. And these amazingly talented persons are giving me the sign when I can continue. Yeah, one moment. Hyvät ihmiset, jatkamme. Oh, in Finnish, in English. Yes, we are going to continue. Vi ska börja nu. Multilingualism. Okay, you had an extra pause. Okay, now back to the program. We are very, very honored to have our distinguished guest, Professor Michael Vantaa for here in Finland and to our seminar. As the last presentation in the conference, he will explore European policies and local possibilities in ECEC, and reflecting the content of today's conference as a whole as well. Please welcome Professor Michael Vantaa from the Ghent University, Belgium.
Thank you. Actually, Soile gave us an excellent demonstration of what early childhood educators actually do. When things get rough, they keep calm and carry on. So, to be honest, I'm a bit embarrassed because I was asked to comment on these presentations, and I received the PowerPoints in advance, but it's always difficult to get from the PowerPoints what the presentations will actually be. And I'm afraid I have nothing to add. I mean, I'm really impressed by the excellent presentations that we had, so I will merely, I think, repeat some things that have been said already. We all know, and it's not new, that early childhood education has a unique potential, and I really mean it. There's not so many services in our societies that have direct impact on children, that have impact on parents, but that have indirect impact on children through parents, through their parenting, and that also have impact on local communities at the same time. On the last part, I will come back to that. And we have now quite a number of longitudinal studies. Some have been presented also today, but they are in many European countries. The very first ones came from the US, but we have now quite some longitudinal studies, cohort studies in Europe that give us all the solid, robust data that on what the potential of early childhood education is. Okay, there could be a question whether we always realize that potential, but that there's no doubt about the potentialities. This is just two famous examples. This is a German meta-analysis of 6 different cohort studies, so many thousands of children, and these are the high socioeconomic status, the low socioeconomic status, and how the child outcomes develop over the years. And so it's clear where the action should be. It's clear where the gap arises, and it stabilizes over the years. But it emerges, especially in the first 3 years, and at a transition from preschool to primary school. Another famous study, the EPE study, that was later renamed EPSE study when it was prolonged in the United Kingdom. And they show, so these are the children who went to preschool, these are the ones who did not go to preschool. Children from high economic status, high educated parents, middle and low. All children benefit, okay? That's the good news. The bad news is it doesn't close the gap. We've seen other slides that part of the gap is closed, but this political idea that is sometimes said, well, if we have excellent early childhood education, poverty will be out of the world. Well, if that was the case, it's a long time we would not have any poverty anymore. So it's too simple. So that's the bad news. But this is what primary school teachers expect as the minimum that children should have in order to have a successful school career. And what we see is that these high educated parents, their children, always pass the bar. But for the low educated parents, having gone to preschool or not really makes the difference in what will happen later on for these children. So that is a very, very important difference. 2 conditions to realize that potential: accessibility and quality. I mean, it's very obvious. I don't see anything new. And we have these new Barcelona targets that have been raised from 30% to 45%. And we still see that in many European countries, this is the report that Géraldine Libreau was talking about on the NECET report. It's very interesting data if you want to, very interesting graphs on the state of affairs in Europe. We see that there's still a lot, there's progress, but there's still a lot of work to do in many, many European countries. And I was lucky enough to be involved in the team that was drawing the first report on the economic feasibility of the Child Guarantee report for the European Commission. So I had the chance to read through all the different country papers on early childhood education. And it's obvious that in most European countries, there are a few exceptions, but these are exceptions. In most European countries, there is an accessibility gap. I mean, that richer children from richer parents have more access to publicly funded, high quality early childhood education than children from poorer families. And it has to do with many reasons. I will go fast through this because this is less a Scandinavian problem than it is in the rest of Europe, although there are some recent studies from the University of Jyväskylä showing the gap in Finland also. But it has a lot to do with geographical disparities, disparities between rural and urban areas, but also within urban areas. It has to do with, well, countries with a split system like mine in Belgium, like France, etc., do less well for the youngest children in equality of access than countries with a unified system. In most countries, we see that overall universal systems work better than targeted systems. This is not only the case for early childhood education, it's also the case for healthcare and many other social issues. And high overall enrollment goes most often together with low inequality, but not always. The example is France. Higher than average in OECD in enrollment, but much higher in inequality also. Belgium, by the way, is also a bad example. So it has to do with policies, with structural policies that do better than targeted policies, and it has to do with shortage of places, with how waiting lists are managed. It has to do with costs. What is often forgotten is that there's a lot of indirect costs, especially for the families at the lowest socioeconomic end: public transportation, clothing of children, having shoes or not. All these kind of things are often forgotten. It has to do with priorities, often set by political systems. And it also has to do with the training, the qualification, and the support of the professionals. For instance, in Central European countries, we have seen that the inclusion of Roma teaching assistants can have a substantial effect on the enrollment of Roma children. And of course, it also has to do with flexibility, like opening hours for very often migrant parents have more flexible working hours than more affluent parents, for instance. Just very briefly, this is the image of where I live and work. Every little dot is a local community in Flanders. And here you have the income, the median income of the families in that municipality. And there's the number of childcare places per 100 children. And you see this is the inequality. The richer municipalities tend to have more funded childcare places than the poorer families. This is the case where I live and work in Ghent, where each borough, each neighborhood of Ghent is a dot, and the larger the dot, the more young children between 0 and 3 live in that part of the city. And here we see that the relation is horizontal, so the inequality does not exist. I show this graph to show that even in an unequal country, municipal policies can make a difference. And that is because the municipal childcare center is distributed like this, more in the poorer areas than in the richer areas. So it means the municipal policy compensates for what the non-municipal childcare does. So it's just a graph to show, maybe less relevant for many Scandinavian countries, but very relevant, for instance, in France, in Bulgaria, in Greece, and in many other European countries, where cities can make a difference. Local policies can make a difference. Now, access and quality. About quality, let me first say quality is an ideological concept. What we mean by good childcare depends entirely on what we think childcare is for, on what we, to quote this famous question of Paulo Freire, what is education for? It depends on our answer to that question. If we are very much concerned about climate change and ecology, it might be a different answer than if our main concern is about school readiness. If we are very much concerned about social cohesion, our answer may be a bit different than if we are more concerned about individual achievement. So quality is an ideological concept, and there is no such thing as ideologically free research, because of the research question itself is a choice. What data will we produce? And how will we present them? Data do not speak for themselves. I mean, it's very clear when the new PISA studies come out. It's millions of data. And then it's a political choice, it's a journalist's choice, it's a researcher's choice. Which data will we take to show? There are choices to be made. So there's not a problem about that. The problem is when we present it as objective and value-free, and not as a choice amidst other possible choices, is my opinion about that. So, quality is not something objective. Data is not value-free, but that is not a reason not to measure quality. We need to acknowledge that when we measure quality, it is a reduction, because some parts are measurable and others are not. And I am not saying that what is not measurable is less important than what is measurable. But that's not the reason not to measure. That's my point of view in this difficult philosophical discussion. Having said that, as a warning, there are a few things I believe that are basic knowledge about quality, rather independently of what one values and what one does not value. I mean that there is large consensus within the academia that what really matters is process quality. What really matters is what adults do with children, how they interact. And that how they interact can be, well, there are different words for it, different concepts according to one study or the other, but that it basically comes down to emotional support, feeling safe, belonging, having the sensitivity to see what the needs of the child are at that moment, and having the skills to respond responsively, empathically to the needs at that moment. This is what emotional support is about. But that does not suffice, that we also need educational support, that children need adults to broaden their experience, to manage the shape of the room so that they can gain experience, to talk to them when we are talking about language, to listen to them, to challenge them, to expand, to expand their experience in let's say, the zone of proximal development, to use that concept, and that we need a balance between both. I think there's quite a large consensus that that is what matters. And then we have a number of issues that we know that may influence. The structural quality is not exactly what quality is, I believe. It's what makes quality possible, which is a nuance. Having said that, we have done two major studies in Flanders. The first one, what I was responsible for, is about 6 years ago now, where we looked closely at quality in 400 locations, and also a questionnaire to a bit more than 3,500 of parents of children who were in these 400 locations. And the last one is a bit more than a year ago, where we repeated the study in 300 locations. And basically what we found, well, many data, but I chose to summarize it very briefly, is that when we look at the well-being of children, so these are variables of the child, and these are variables of the interaction. The well-being of children is more or less okay. That's the blue dots. The involvement, how strongly children are concentrating in their activity, well, to put it very politely, there's room for improvement. What I especially want to talk about here is about this emotional and educational support as measured by class infant, class toddler, for those who are familiar with these instruments. What we see is a similar figure than in Portugal, than in the Netherlands, than in many countries where with the young children, I'm talking about 0 to 3 years old here, is that the quality, the level of emotional support is much higher than educational support. So there is an issue about educational support with young children. There is an issue, and what we have been talking about today, language, is part of that issue. It's not reduced to that, but it's an important part of this. So we see that this is the dark blue lines, quite a large number of locations are below what is believed to be necessary in order to be beneficial for the development of children. I mean, this is Flanders. In the Netherlands, the results are better, but still, there is a big difference between the level of emotional support and of educational support, similar in Portugal and many other countries. What we did in these studies, in the one with the 400, one with the 300 locations, is have a closer look in multiple variance analysis to see what are the structural quality aspects that do correlate, that matter for process quality, and that matter for process quality independent of each other, so not bivariate but multivariate. It's group size and adult-child ratio, independent from each other. They both lower group size and lower adult-child ratio, so it's not a linear thing. Very low adult-child ratio, we haven't seen very good results from it. It increases from 1 child for 1 adult to up to 4, 5, and then after 5 it diminishes again slowly, and after 7 it drops. It is level of qualification. Of course, it does matter. We have seen that. It's quite obvious. It's nothing surprising. But pedagogical support, continuous professional development, matters at least as much as the level of qualification. And I will come back to that in next slides. And then we found something interesting and challenging, is that the percentage of children with another home language than the dominant language also matters. I mean, more children with another language than the Dutch language correlates with less emotional and educational support, but especially educational support. But that it's a bit technical, but we have in Flanders 2 systems of funding. One is more, let's say, more private centers who have more freedom in choosing what the parental fees are, and one is more fully funded higher funded, where parents pay according to their income, and the childcare center has no freedom in saying who pays what, right? What we see is that the difference disappears when the funding increases. So this is also noted in an OECD report that, or this is an OECD advice, and we have now the data to support this advice, that when you have more children with, let's say, a more diverse public, there is reason to believe that funding may have to increase to give the staff the opportunity to have the same process quality. It matters which activities. For instance, we noticed, unsurprisingly, that the educational support is highest in guided activities, but is unacceptably low in free play. So there is an issue when we are talking about continuous professional development of the reflection with practitioners on what their educational role may be in moments that are not labeled as educational. That is where the gains are to have. The gains are not in how they act in guided activities, because guidance activities are a rather low percentage of the time if you measure it. It's at mealtime, it's when diapers are changed, it's when free play is there. This is, for us in Flanders, the way forward is to act on these moments. And that will be exactly the same for language. It's for educational support in general, but also for language in particular. What we also found is that years of experience do not matter, or do not matter much. It's not because one works since 20 years in a daycare center that one does much better than the one who just arrives. So that was a surprising, interesting result. And another was that group composition had very little impact. So we have very different kinds of group compositions. We have daycare centers where the babies are separated from the toddlers, and we have them where all the children are together. That does not matter very much, with one exception. The groups with a large majority of toddlers and very few babies, there the emotional and educational support for the babies was below average. But in general, our research did not show evidence for a mixed age group or same age groups. We just finished now, it was just published, I think 2 weeks ago, a scoping review on the international literature on this matter, and there the results are the same. Some say this, some say the other, and it's in fact very inconclusive. Now a few words about this very important matter of continuous professional development. And many of your interventions today were about programs of continuous professional development. And well, there has been worldwide, both in Europe and in the US and Canada, quite some studies about the impact of continuous professional development. So I think we fairly know now what matters. Sending your staff to a one-day seminar where somebody speaks them about what good practice is a waste of money. You could as well throw your money down the bin. No, that's exaggerated. It may be sensitizing for an issue people have not thought of, but it will not impact on the behavior of people on the floor with the children. So what matters is that continuous professional development is based on a coherent framework that makes sense for everybody. And I think we have listened to very interesting examples of that today, of the coherent framework. Why do we do this? What is the vision? What is the mission that is behind it? And that it is a shared understanding of that. That it is comprehensive and long-term. And if we want to really change these practices, for instance, about language support during free play, well, it may take a year, it may take 2 years. I mean, we need to take time for for these things. And then the crucial issue that practitioners act as actors of change. It's them who need to be the owners of the change, and not the supervisor or else. And that the professional development therefore needs to be in relation to the lived experience of the everyday and the practice on the work floor. And these are the things that really matter, and that will influence, that also influence recruitment and retainment. And we know in all European countries recruitment and retainment is a huge problem. Staff shortages are a huge problem in almost all, I think in all European countries. Okay, so many of you have touched upon elements of that in your presentation. So again, I don't think I'm saying anything new. That brings us now about reflection. Okay, this is general about quality, but what about this quality in context of diversity? Does that change? And I began to think about these issues about 25 years ago, thanks to Emre. And Emre was a boy of 3 years old, and his mother came to me. We had a session with parents on childcare, and Emre is from Turkish descent, and his mother came to me after a session and she said, "Sir, can I ask you something? Last day my child was coming from preschool, and he was saying to me, and he was crying, and I said, 'Mama, we are not Turkish, are we?' And I said, 'But of course, Emre, we are Turkish.' And he said, 'But no, mother, we are not dirty.' And so she asked me, what should I say to my son? And I did not know what to say. This question of this mother, it was such an existential question, because the question that Emre asked was really about the essence of identity construction. It is, he was searching for the answer to the question, is it okay to be who I am? And I didn't know what to say. And so I went back to the university and I looked in the library and I found nothing. And I said, how is that possible? That we have nothing about this existential question. So we started to gather with groups of practitioners and activists and research to say, we need to find responses to this question. Because early childhood education, for many, many children, be they immigrant or not, it's their first entrance from the closure of the family into the society. So this is where they get this message about the society, about who they are, what their place is in society. Because within the family it's safe. Well, let's say in most families it's safe. But then you come outside in the world, in this world of diversity. And it's because there is diversity that this society, this early childhood education mirrors who you are, and if it is okay to be who you are. I think what is important for me, what I really discovered in the years, is this concept of multiple identities. Emre is not just Turkish. Denying his Turkishness is harming him, but reducing him to his Turkishness is equally harming him. And this is the difficult balance we need to take. So we are not talking about cultures of origin. We are not. We are talking about family cultures, which is not the same. Because family cultures are much more diverse than this vague concept of culture of origin. I mean, what is origin? I mean, we are talking maybe about children who have chosen not to be in their origin for maybe very good reasons. They have a project for the future. These parents have a project for the future of their child, and that future encompasses origins, but is not to be reduced to it. And I think this is very important when we think about day-to-day practice. The bad news is that children do develop prejudice. Let's not think we are going to raise our children without prejudice in early childhood education. I don't believe it. I've seen so many examples in the last 25 years of children developing prejudice, even in childcare centers where we really do our best to welcome diversity, because we are not isolated from society. And there's many reasons. There's emotional reasons that have to do with the construction of who I am, also means who I will never be able to be. It's also a loss to be a boy or to be a girl and not the other way around. And well, I'm not going to be in a psychodynamic or psychoanalytic discourse, but there is emotional reasons, there's cognitive reasons, but especially I want to stress the social reasons. I mean, we want children to socialize. We want children to adopt societal norms. And so they do. They are eager learners. They are active learners. But these societal norms are not neutral and are not always gentle. And that also is what they learn. They learn through, for instance, what the British call racism by omission, who is represented and who is not. How do we talk about the children who have different languages than the dominant language? It's been talked about in the Armchair discussion, the words we use that mark or do not mark a deficit approach. So what I think is important is not to think about raising children without prejudice, but to actively act against prejudice. And one of the major ways is to make diversity visible so that it can be spoken, so that the question diversity raises also within very young children can be treated, can be responded to. There are many, many ways to do so. Language is a way. I mean, giving, even if it is symbolic, a place for the different languages. It would give Emre the message that he does not have to leave his language in the hallway when he enters the classroom. It's about the festivities we have. Again, I am not talking about cultures of origin, I'm talking about family cultures. There are a million ways in which Christmas can be celebrated or not, like there are a million ways in which Diwali can be celebrated or not. So we are not talking about cultures of origin here. Music, same. We are not talking about music of your country of origin. We are talking about the music that you have at home and that you would like to share with us, which is quite a different thing. Same for the food. When it's your anniversary, what would be a preferred dish for your anniversary? And can your parents help us to make that in the way that you like it? This is family cultures, right? And so many, many examples. This is an example of the activity of Ahmed in one of the daycare centers. And he said, so we worked with big mirrors and the children paint on the mirror because that enables them to make their self-portrait and to discuss about differences of how you look. And Ahmed said, it's not difficult to make my skin color, to find it and to mingle it to make my skin color, but the color of my eyes, that is very difficult because they blink. And he also says, I have made big pockets and I painted them blue because I would like to have much money and then I will put it in my pocket. So that is multiple identities. Another thing that I want to stress is social cohesion. Everything I have said up till now is about the individual child. But one of the essences of early childhood education is that it goes beyond the individual. This is a place where a childcare center or a childcare group is a group. It's much more than an addition of individuals. It's a group. And it brings children together. And it brings parents together. And I think this is an avenue for further research. It's an underdeveloped area. So we have a lot of data to show policymakers and everybody, if you invest in high quality early childcare, children will fare, will do better in school. We know these data about children. We know these data about parents. Parents will work, will go at work, and that will gain income for the state, etc., etc. So, and we know what the impact is on lower educated mothers, etc., etc. Good. But what it does with local communities, it's still very vague. I mean, this is really important, I think. We also study that we also try even to quantify what it does with local communities. If we want to convince governments to invest in high quality and to think what is high quality when we look at social cohesion as one of the desirable outcomes. That may be different than the things we have numbered so far. So I think this is, for the next decade to come, an important aspect. Because children are brokers of relation, it is huge potential here. I mean, if you have two parents from very different backgrounds and they have children for about the same age, they have something in common. They have a concern in common. I mean, this is really, in this context of increasing socioeconomic, cultural and linguistic diversity, this is something very important that can help us keep the societies together. I really believe that, but we need to delve further in that. I think it's our homework for the next decade to come. And it is jeopardized by privatization. I mean, there's very interesting research going on now in the University of Uppsala, where social geographs have shown that increased privatization in early childhood education has also increased the segregation of who is where, and therefore diminished the interaction across groups. And they have shown that over the past years, and their ongoing research now shows that the segregation in the early years increases the segregation in school choice at the primary school and even in the secondary school. So I think it's very important to think about that and to think what that means when privatization increases, which is a menace in, I think, all over Europe. Now I end my talk to come back to language. I have not spoken much about language. Together with Anna Kulti, we had the chance to be in an advisory group of the Luxembourgish government. And I consider Luxembourg as a very interesting country. Very interesting for many reasons. First, it's very small, which makes it easy, because you cross the country in 1 hour. That is when there's a traffic jam, but there's always a traffic jam in Luxembourg. Otherwise, in half an hour, you can pass it. And it's one of the most language diverse countries in Europe. They have 3 official languages: Luxembourgish, French and Dutch, and German. But the second most language spoken in Luxembourg is Portuguese. And there are many, many, many more because of immigration in the 1950s in the coal mines and the steel industry, but also because of the expats. So you have huge diversity, but the diversity is not necessarily linked to socioeconomic diversity. It's much more complex. So it's an interesting laboratory. It is an example of how Europe will look like 10 years from now. So therefore, it's so interesting. And this group that organized, and yeah, what's also interesting politically is there has been for many years a political discussion between the political left and the political right. The political right is very, very much about identity politics, also in my country, and the preservation of the endangered Luxembourgish language because of the influence of English and French and German. And the political left is for diversity. And the compromise between the political left and the political right now since, I think, about 10 years is that, and it's in the law, early childhood education should value all the family languages of all the children. It's legislation. It's one of the few countries that really has it as a legislation. And what I find interesting is, well, many things are interesting in Luxembourg, but this study that looks at plurilingualism is the word they use from the perspective of children themselves. And they look at, this is the number of languages spoken to the child in the home. And so we see these are the group, about 1/3, who have one language spoken at home. Even a little bit more have 2 languages spoken at them at home. And 1 out of 4, 3 languages or more spoken at home. You know, for instance, an Italian mother, a Portuguese father, and they speak French to each other. And so this is what multilingualism, this is the future of multilingualism in Europe, I believe. And then we go further. This is the languages in which children speak to their parents. It's not the same, it's a bit different, but it shows the complexity of the reality when you look at it from the eyes of the child. And this is the languages children speak to their brothers and sisters. Again, it's a different graph of the same families. And this is the number of languages that children have when they watch television. Right? So this is the reality. It's not just the foreign language families. It's much more diverse within the diversity. And that's very challenging. So, finally, language. I'm not going to teach you anything about language. I'm really happy to be here, and it was fascinating to hear all your experience. It is about achievement, and of course it is about school readiness, yes. But it is also about who I am, about this existential question, of this question of Emre. Is it okay to be who I am? This is what that language is about. It is, what is my place here in society when I enter from the home into this place? What is my place? What are my rights here? And how can I belong? It is about social cohesion beyond the individual. How do we contact with parents, but how do we influence the contacts that parents have among them? It's also about that. It is not, of course, also about school readiness and school careers. Of course it is. And it is about our vision on what is a good society, what is the good life. And therefore it is eminently political. So again, early childhood has a unique potential. There are not so many services that act on children, on parents, and can act on local communities all at the same time. If we have access and quality. But I think there's 2 warnings, 2 challenges. The increasing privatization, I think, is really menacing quality, social cohesion. I think it's something we really need to think about, is the increase of commercial providers and the increase of political nationalisms with their identity politics that are not in favor of curricula that welcome this vision on diversity. So it is now about 15 years that UNICEF published this report, the childcare transition, and there's something very interesting in that report. I mean, all the data are outdated, long gone, but there's an interesting vision in this report. It said, never in history have so many children from such a young age spent so much time outside of their family. It's never happened. This is something really new. This is a revolution. And this gives us an opportunity to change the society and to give equal opportunities to all children. And whether we will be able to fulfill that chance will depend on the policies that we develop for early childhood education. And I end with that.
Thank you, Michael. It was so good. So you will also get the little chocolate bar.
Thank you. My weak point.
Yeah. I'm sure we are all inspired by these conclusions, and I think we all share them. And from the whole day, I think we have so much now food for thought that we're kind of maybe a bit exhausted even. But I think it's really been a very good conference, and we have lots of takeaways from here. And tomorrow we will have our Nordic policy officers network meeting, and we will reflect this day, and do we have some ideas that we could share and we could start working together with maybe the support of the Council of Ministers, the Nordic Council of Ministers, since we have some possibilities to try to, for instance, try to get some research projects going on or something like that. And maybe we would like to consult now all these beautiful researchers that we heard, that maybe you could give us some input that what could be a common Nordic research project that we could maybe start to develop if we have the possibility to that. So that would be one thing that we could maybe, if you have the time, you can give us some input and we can think about that. And then, yeah, I think this day also showed us that this Nordic cooperation is worthwhile, that we can share ideas, and even though we have lots of similarities, we're not totally the same, so we also have our own policies, and we also have our own solutions, and they're not always the same. And so it's interesting to change ideas and policy solutions. And yeah, I think we all now want to together thank you of the day, and we wish you a safe journey home.